Good morning, all of you, and a Happy New Year. At this time, will the Committee on Zoning please come to order? At this time, at this point in time, I'm very pleased to welcome our new committee vice chair, Tyler Dos Santos Tan. Tyler, and council members Cordero, who are here, members Kia Aina and Wire. Also attending, I'm very happy to see Council Member Tupola. And the big cheese in the house, Council Chair Tommy Waters. I'm only kidding. Let me start off, although remote oral testimony is being permitted, this is a regular in-person meeting and not a remote meeting by interactive conference technology. Under sections HRS, Hawaii Revised Statute 92-3.7. Therefore, the meeting will continue notwithstanding loss of audio-visual communication with remote testifiers or loss of the public broadcast of the meeting. Members of the public will be allowed to provide oral testimony on all items on the agenda in two ways: remotely and in person in the council chamber. Persons entering the council chamber to testify are requested to spread themselves out at this point in time. If the chamber becomes too crowded, persons may be requested to wait outside the chamber until called to testify. Oral testimony, both remote and in person, will be allowed when each agenda item is taken up in the following order. We would like to take the remote testimony first and then the in-person testimony in the council chamber. Before testifying, each person shall state their full name and the agenda item they are testifying on. Mr. Chair and members, I believe we have changed that policy. We're going to take each measure one at a time rather than having testimony be associated with all four different items that we have on our agenda. And for the public, that way it's much more consistent in determining when your turn will come up for testifying. Before testifying, each person shall state their full name and the agenda item they are testifying on. Each speaker may not have anyone else read their statement and is limited to a 1-minute presentation per item. All persons who have registered to testify remotely by video conference or phone will be called upon first. When your name is called, please monitor your screen and activate your audio feed when prompted. The following are some friendly reminders and tips. Video conference from a quiet location if possible. If you are watching the proceedings on Olelo, please mute your device at the time you are called to testify. When the timer on screen reaches 0, please conclude your remarks promptly. And for those who are joining us by telephone only, I will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. When your number is called, please press *6. *6 to unmute yourself when prompted. Once all the remote testifiers have testified, I will proceed to the in-person testimony in the council chamber, and persons who have not registered will be given an opportunity to speak following the oral testimonies of our registered speakers. Written testimonies, including the testifier's address, email address, and phone number, will be available to the public as described on the posted agenda. As a courtesy, please turn off all cell phones. And for announcement, for those who will be providing oral testimony on Resolution 22-293, please note that your testimony will be limited to comments on the extension of time only. For the general public and members, Resolution 22-293 is only requesting an extension of this particular project, the Sea Life Park.
We have one caller, but we don't know what they're testifying on, so I don't know.
Okay, that's okay,
them.
Okay, no, I'll just call them first. So let's move on, members, and for the audience out there and testifiers, moving on to agenda item number 1. Members, like I stated earlier, this is a resolution for the extension of time only for the special management area permit. Special management area use permit. The resolution grants a special management area use permit to parties, I don't know how to pronounce it, Reunidos, to allow the renovations and additions at Sea Life Park, located in the P1 Restricted Preservation District at 41-202 Kalanianaole Highway number 7 and identified as tax map key 4-1-014:004. Members, for your information, the written request for an extension of time from the applicant's agent is available online as miscellaneous communication 3. So everybody can get that particular communication as far as miscellaneous communication 3 of 2023. So at this time, we have the administration, Director Don Takeuchi Apuna. Would you like to testify? Okay, Don is not here. Oh, okay, Don, would you like to just say you support the extension?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Chair. We do support the extension for the item 1 on the agenda.
Okay. Madam Clerk, are there any remote testifiers? There are none?
Yes, Chair, there are.
Oh, my very good friend, remote testimony. Right now, members and the audience will now proceed with the remote testimony. Clerks, they have a remote testifier that they have given me. And this is in Resolution 22-293. Good morning. Gigi Zhang or Angela?
Hello. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and the Zoning Committee.
Please.
Okay, shall I proceed? Okay.
Keep it short. Keep it short now because it's just asking for an extension.
Yeah. Okay. So my name is Zhi Xiong, or Angela Melody Young, and I'm testifying in strong support of the resolution on behalf of my grassroots ROAR Rescue of Animal Rights. We rescue animals and advocate for humane treatment of all animal species. So I'm excited about the penguin pool at the Sea Lion Cove. The frameless glass railing is a combination of modern design and safety that meets building code requirements. In addition, the Honolulu Conservation and Education Center, the Sea Lion Pool, and the Hawaii Ocean Theater will be receiving renovations. The park has 3 conservation programs: the Green Sea Turtle Program, the Native Seabirds Program, and the Hawaiian Monk Seal Program. And these programs will benefit from the renovations and additions specified in the SMA permit, and it will provide specific solutions to address and to protect wildlife and the marine ecosystems here in Hawaii. The Sea Lion Pool is for Hawaiian monk seals. This species has a small population of 1,500 seals. It is the most endangered seal or sea lion species in the U.S.
Angela, thank you very much for your testimony. Your time is expired at the 1 minute level, but in strong support of the extension of this particular permit, the SMA permit. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, there are no other remote testimony. We'll now go into the in-person. Oh, excuse me. Okay, Chief Staff has said that there's a caller with the name with the numbers 1-910.207. 207. Are you there? Are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm testifying on
Yes.
22291 later.
Okay,
This one.
got it. We didn't get that resolution as far as the number.
Hello? Hi there. I'm sorry. I needed to unmute myself.
Okay, before we continue on, there's another one, which is area code 808-500. Are you testifying on what particular measure before this body? Is there somebody with the number 808, the last 3 digits, 500? I just want to know what...
Hi there. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there. I'm calling in testifying on resolution 22-298.
Okay, when that particular resolution comes up, we'll call you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else, Madam Clerk? Kiana? That's it. Okay, so if there is no in-person testimony, Shall we move on, members? Are there any questions for this resolution dealing with the extension of the SMA permit for Sea Life Park? If not, I did. Okay, is there any discussion which staff has asked? No discussion on the extension. Okay, so at this time, the chair notes that the time needed to consider resolution 22-293 may, may exceed the current deadline for council action. The chair therefore recommends that the resolution be granted a 90-day extension of time pursuant to the request from the applicant's agent in miscellaneous communication 3, 2023. Is there any discussion, any objections, or reservations? Hearing none, so ordered. Okay, moving on to agenda number 2. Members of the zoning committee, I think for all of us, for Councilmember Wire, you're being the freshman, Councilmember Cordero being the sophomore, Councilmember Kiana, sophomore, Council Chair Waters, senior, Councilmember Dos Santos, freshman, and Councilmember Tupola, a sophomore, like the chair here at sophomore. I wanted to just say for the record, this is something that I think we can learn a lot about. Okay, I'm sorry, Chair. The next 3 items on the agenda are resolutions approving certain exemptions for affordable housing projects pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statutes, Section 201H-30H, which is a process established by state law. Under HRS 201H-38, the Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation, the state agency referred to as HHFDC, may develop affordable housing projects that may be exempt from statutes, ordinances, charter provisions, and rules of any government agency relating to planning, zoning, construction standards for subdivisions, development, and improvement of land, and the construction of dwelling units thereon. The DPP may also process 201H projects under HRS 46-15.1. Under HRS 201H-38, the applicable county council must approve, with or without modifications, or disapprove the proposed 201H within 45 days after receipt of a project from the HHFDC or the DPP, the Department of Planning and Permitting, and the Hawaii Housing Finance Development Corporation, and a copy of the 201H project's preliminary plans and specifications. If the council does not act within the 45-day period, the project is deemed approved. The exemptions sought for the project are authorized as requested. The reports from HHFDC and DPP relating to these 3 201H project resolutions that are on our agenda today were all received by the council in late December of 2022. Therefore, the zoning committee will need to consider and report the 3 resolutions out of today's meeting in some form, or for consideration and final action by the full council at its meeting on January 25th, 2023. So members, if you can understand that, this particular measure has to be, we'll need to report it out, these resolutions, in order in some form for the final council to address these resolutions. So that's our internal deadline that we have. And I hope the general public understands that the council has a 45-day window of addressing the 201H projects. So let's moving on to agenda item number 2. And this is resolution 22-291. This resolution authorizes exemptions from certain requirements pursuant to Chapter 201H-38, Hawaii Revised Statutes, relating to the development of the Keawalu Affordable Housing Community Project on a 3.84 acre site, Zone BMX3, Community Business Mixed Use District located on Hikimoi Street at the intersection of Waipahu Depot Street and Kahuailani Street in Waipahu, and identified as tax map key 9-4-013, semicolon 046, and 94014, semicolon 005, and finally 014, 058 through 067 and 075. Members, I have submitted a hand-carried proposed committee draft 1 that makes the following amendments. Does everyone have a copy? Okay. So may I go over it first for all of you and for the general public at large? The proposed CD1 makes the following amendments. In the first whereas clause, adds that the project site is owned by the Bernice Pauahi Bishop Estate, and changes the reference from tax map key 9-40-016:046 to 9-4-013:046. B, in the second whereas clause, adds that the project site is divided by Hikimoy Street into two distinct areas: the Malka Block, which encompasses 50,781 square feet, and the Makai Block, that encompasses 119,183 square feet. C, we add a new whereas clause to provide that the project will be developed in 3 phases. Phase 1 involves construction of the Malka Block, which includes senior housing units in a mid-rise building, and phases 2 and 3 involve the construction of the Makai Block, which includes 2 residential towers and a parking structure. D adds a new 5th whereas clause to provide that to address community concerns relating to the height of the 2 Makai Block residential towers, the applicant has offered to reduce the maximum height of the 2 towers to 176 feet instead of 191 feet for the East Tower, and 171 feet instead of 181 feet for the West Tower, by reducing the floor ceilings of the levels and to address community concerns relating to inadequate off-street parking. And the applicant has offered to add up 2 levels to the parking structure from 6 floors to 8 floors, plus the recreation deck, increasing the maximum height of the parking structure from 68 feet to 77.5 feet. E, in the 8th whereas clause, provides that the project's preliminary plans and specifications were submitted to the council on December 14 instead of December 12, 2022 by Departmental Communication 8/23/2022. F, in exemption 11, we revised the amount of deferred water system facility charges and installation of water service fees to $978,413.75 instead of the $1,176,106. 2, we also clarify in exemption 11 in the second sentence that the actual fees to be deferred rather than exempt will be determined by the Board of Water Supply during the review of the building permit application. The reason why the deferral from BWS was because of the Red Hill issue, to see what the gallons of water that we have. And that's the reason why we have made it as a deferral rather than exempted. Fees, yeah. Okay.
These are not exempt.
Have I stated correctly to the members that I said deferred the actual fees?
Not to Red Hill, it's just. the
Yeah,
process.
make the relationship. Okay? Why? Deferred and not exempt. Okay. G separates exemption 12 into exemption 12 through 14, and that is relating to the maximum height, height setbacks, and transitional height setbacks to reference the land use ordinance sections and requirements and specify the extent of the exemption sought. So basically, we have renumbered subsequent exemptions accordingly. H separates renumbered exemption 17 into exemption 17 through 21, relating to density, yards, building orientation and entrances, building transparency and parking setbacks, vehicular access and loading access, to reference the land use ordinance sections and requirements and specify the extent of the exemption sought. Renumbers subsequent exemptions accordingly once more. I, in renumbered exemption 22, relating to the zoning lot size for development within the transient-oriented development special district, specifies that the exemption is to allow for the development of a zoning lot of 1 acre or more in size without first obtaining a TOD special district permit. J, in condition A, provides that the project be modified as follows, The maximum heights of the 2 Mackay Block residential towers are reduced from 176 feet instead of the 191 feet that was in the original. And that is for the East Tower, and 171 feet instead of 181 feet for the West Tower, by reducing the floor to ceiling height at of the levels. 2, the maximum height of the Mackay Block parking structure is increased from 68 feet to 77.5 feet by adding up 2 levels from 6 floors up to 8 floors plus the recreation deck. K, in condition C, adds that the construction management plan, the CMP, must identify and limit construction-related vehicular activity to periods outside of the peak traffic hours, using alternative routes for heavy trucks, provisions for other on-site or off-site staging areas for construction-related workers, and vehicles to limit the use of an on-street parking around the project site, and other mitigation measures related to traffic and potential neighborhood impacts. 2, moves condition C.4 to condition C.2, requires that the construction management plan include construction plans for all work within or affecting public streets and preliminary or conceptual traffic plans, renumbers subsequent conditions accordingly. L, in condition D, clarifies that the updated traffic impact report recommends additional traffic mitigation measures or modifications to support traffic impacts directly attributable to the project. The applicant shall implement the updated TIR recommendations. It also clarifies that if the updated TIR is not included, a second updated TIR may be required 1 year after the date of the first updated TIR, as the Department of Planning and Permitting Director determines is necessary. M, we amends the fourth bid resolve clause to specify that the resolution is null and void unless construction of phase 1 of project commences no later than 48 months after the approval of this resolution. N, in the fifth bid resolve clause, provides that except to comply with condition A, the final plans and specifications for the project constitute the zoning, building, and construction standards for the project and are approved if those plans and specifications do not substantially deviate from the plans and specifications submitted to the council. Or, in the sixth bid resolve clause, provides that no action may be prosecuted or maintained against the city and county of Honolulu, its officials, its employees, on account of actions taken by them in reviewing or approving the plans and specifications as modified in condition A, or in granting the exemptions listed in the resolution. And F, we just made some miscellaneous, technical, non-substantive amendments. Members, at this point in time, joining us in the council chamber are the representatives from the Kiavalao project to give a brief presentation for your information. The presentation for the general public is also available online as a miscellaneous communication 15 of 2023. Okay, so the applicant will be High Ridge Costa Development Company, or is it the agent, Munikio Hiraga, Yukino Uchiyama? Hope, can you press the button for your...
Aloha mai kako.
Hello.
Happy New Year, Chair, Council members. My name is Walter Tamis from Kamehameha Schools, landowner for the Kiavalao project, and it's my pleasure to be here to share a brief presentation with you. Once we get that slide up, there we go. I always like to start off a little bit with context, and for us that means acknowledging our founder, Bernice Pauahi Bishop, and her legacy that it has resulted in generations of Native Hawaiians benefiting from education. It also, I like to point out, if you live in areas like Hawaii Kai and Kaneohe and Enchanted Lakes, Pearl City, Aiea, you're living in communities that were once what we call today Aina Pauahi. And there's been a long history of Kamehameha working with developers to bring great communities to Hawaii, and we hope that continues with your consideration of our Waipahu Kiavalao project. So real briefly, why does Kamehameha do what we do? Hanai ke keiki ola ka la hui is a simple saying we use that essentially means if you nurture the child, the community thrives. You put the children at the center. And there's a real estate context to this as well, because we know that education isn't going to be successful just by sending kids up to the hill at Kapalama, right? Education can only be successful when their entire well-being is being met, right? If they're hungry, if they're not sheltered, if they don't have health, if their family has stresses, education is not going to happen. So part of what we're trying to do here is address some of those things like affordable housing, about business creation and industry and entrepreneurialism, and to do so in communities that are mixed use in nature. So here's our just orientation visually. You can kind of see the yellow properties that constitute the project, its location along the transit line. It's about 500 feet from the Pohala station, right along Farrington Highway. So why Kiavalao? Why now for Kamehameha Schools? To understand this, you need to kind of look to how we've held land in our history. And it's predominantly been in the form of ground leases. We ground lease properties out 50, 60 years. At the time they were developed by others, there was a reason for it. And as these leases come back and terminate, we need to look carefully at what the needs of today and of the future are, and how to redeploy these lands to meet our needs and the community needs. These lands return back to KS Control 2020. So we now have the ability to move forward with a project like this. We recognize the investment being made by all of us into transit and the opportunity to create communities along this axis. As I mentioned, 500 feet away. We recognize the need for affordable housing. The deal we structured ensures affordability for 60 years with our partners here at High Ridge Costa. And we're not walking away from the project as well. We're also a part of it in the form of the delivery of retail and commercial, which is something we do pretty well at Kamehameha. We recognize place. We recognize the importance of the Aina and the history and the stories and the mo'olelo of every piece of land. And how do we bring those things back into our uses moving forward? And we believe this can be a great community that is different than what you might find in Kaka'ako, but is really there to benefit the Waipahu community. Now, it's been a long process. For some of you, this may be a new project. We began our thinking of this as far back as 2016. The key part of this has been talking with many voices in the community and ultimately of finding a development partner that could help deliver on this vision. And we did that a couple years ago with our agreement with High Ridge Costa, who will be joining us momentarily to talk about the project in more detail. Last couple things on my side, talk about culturally rooted stewardship. I mentioned that how do we bring back the long history of this place so that the communities that will call this home at some point understand the history and legacy, both recent, ancient, and then honor the path going forward. So naming is a big part of that. Kiawalau. So Kiawalau is really our study of the history of these lands. And it honors the traditional place names and stories. And it gives a nod of the cap to Pu'uloa or Pearl Harbor and the many bays you find in the area. So Kiawalau, the channel or harbor with many inlets, is the name of our project. So mahalo for your time. I will be here. At this time, I'll hand it over to Mo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thames.
Mr. Chair, members of the Zoning Committee, my name is Mo Mohana, President High Ridge Costa. Address is 900 Fort Mall, 1140 Honolulu. Thank you for the honor of allowing us to present our community at Kiawalau, Waipahu to you today. First, I'd like to start with a brief introduction about ourselves. High Ridge Costa is a developer of rental, affordable housing and workforce housing for seniors and families, as well as permanent supportive housing for veterans. We are a for-profit organization that is focused only on the development of rental affordable housing for the last 30 years. In our company's history, we have completed over 300 affordable housing developments, all affordable housing long-term. This is what we do, this is our focus, and that is our mission. The mission is not about the number of units, but merely highlighting experience. The mission is about changing lives. When we develop these communities, and we develop them long-term, they are to serve generations of Kama'aina. On average, we have units that turn over every 5-7 years with new families or new seniors moving in. So it's generation after generation. And when you multiply the number of units by the times that families move in and out, you start understanding the legacy that is being created here. However, as all affordable housing that is developed is a public-private partnership. It can only be done hand in hand with the community first and foremost, with the municipality, landowner, and the developer, as we're going to show you today. With that, we have collected a team that we have worked with before. One of our team members and partners is Mr. Chris Duker, Form Partners, that has over decades of experience here in Hawaii, that is a partner with us in the development. We have also partnered with Affordable Housing and Economic Development Foundation, a nonprofit here in Hawaii. Chairman, Mr. Scott Settle, is here with us as well. We feel it is important that we partner with experienced local partners to help us focus on delivering quality, affordable housing. In addition to our partners today, I have with us members of our development team. Should specific questions arise from the zoning committee, I will introduce them accordingly if questions need to be answered that are above my pay grade. Next slide, please. Focusing when we talk about changing lives and High Ridge Costa and what we do, understand we are a national affordable housing developer, but it is a developer that has committed and decided to focus on developing and providing affordable housing here in the state of Hawaii, along with our partners that are with me here today. This is a sampling of our communities in Oahu, Maui, as well as the Big Island. They vary from being leased, recently completed, under construction, being permitted, and in entitlement. It is a commitment of High Ridge Costa and our partners for long-term development of affordable housing, something that is needed. the majority of what you see up there is 60% AMI and below, with one or two of the projects that will focus on the missing middle, which is a huge demographic that has been completely forgotten, hence the missing middle. Next slide, please. The community we are here to talk to you about today is Keavalau at Waipahu. It is a senior, small family, and large family rental affordable housing community, all at 60% AMI or lower, with a state-recorded covenant restricting all rents for 60 years. Rents are published by HHFDC. The rents we will share with you today are called gross rents. There is a separate utility allowance schedule that is also published. Such utility allowance is deducted from the published gross rent, and that is the actual rent that the families will pay. The location of the site, as mentioned by Mr. Walter earlier, you have Farrington Highway, Mackay, and then you have Hikimoi, and that will be the main focus. Eva is Waipahu Depot Road. And it is a community that we focused on and looked at the connectivity, and it's truly a unique opportunity. Why? This truly is the most classic definition of a transit-oriented development, with its direct proximity and adjacency to both the rail transit station, as well as the regional bus station. Typically, these sites, we find, are going to developments that are high-end condominiums or high-end rentals. Rarely, as a developer, anywhere in the nation, have we seen that we get the opportunity to develop TOD sites with this kind of proximity to both rail and bus that is 100% affordable. Such is the mission of KS, to focus on providing affordable housing, which, as I said, takes a team, takes a village. Next slide, please. Thank you. In looking at the community and focusing, I'm not sure why this is echoing. Oh, okay. Can you still hear me? No. In looking and focusing at the community, we have done significant community outreach. We worked through COVID with virtual. We have done in-person townhomes. We've met with business owners. We've met with families. We've met with the Waipahu Neighborhood Board. We've reviewed plans and studied them. And we started first of what the community wants. So we understand the need for affordable housing, and I'll touch upon that. But there was significant focus on the need for retail. The retail that is there is old and needs not just a facelift, needs to be rebuilt. There are many elders that we spoke with, many members of the community, that recall a vibrant downtown Waipahu. They would like to see that brought back. They would like to feel safe walking these streets after dark. They are concerned with the way it is right now, the lack of foot traffic. So developing something that is vibrant, that is a catalyst, that will revitalize the area, not just new product for commercial, is where the genesis started, genesis of the thought started, and we went to go ahead and implement. And what you see here is a focus on retail at the ground floor and connectivity on both sides of Hikimoi, connectivity through Farrington Highway, creating areas that offer public gathering areas naturally, as you can see from our landscape plans, outdoor seating areas and walkways so that people are activating both sides of the street, as well as you will see residential on top, so this area is activated by people who live there every day and call that their home. Next slide, please. Above the commercial retail that we highlighted, when we met and studied the community, we found that the need for affordable housing is overwhelming, something I know you are all very aware of. We found that there is a need for senior affordable housing. We found that there is a need for young people that are starting studios and ones. They want smaller units. Even though it's affordable, they're very sensitive to the dollar amount. And we found that there is need for large family housing that includes 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom. And what we did on the Mauka side is we created 133 units of senior housing for those that are 62 55 and above. Again, restricted at 60% AMI, with commercial on the ground floor, parking for both the commercial and residential, and about 5 stories of senior housing on top with their own amenities, deck areas, and common areas, both interior and exterior. On the Mackay side, we created a focus on the commercial component and the openness of the site. As a result, you see, in this case, the deck on top, but all commercial below, focusing on a market that is something that the community wanted, and then ending up pushing the residential to the opposite ends of the site, both Eva and Diamond Head. On the Eva side is a building that includes studios and ones, again, all 60% AMI. And on the Diamond Head side, you see a building that has studios, ones, twos, and threes. So what you're looking at here is a total of 537 100% affordable rental community at 60% AMI that is truly an intergenerational mixed-use community. Next to TOD. Next slide, please. We studied carefully the community. We worked with a couple of consultants to help us review the history, walk through Waipahu, take pictures of different buildings, different areas, and try to come up with a theme. Working with our consultant, we came up with 3 design themes. We wanted to make sure that the design and the architecture of the buildings are very carefully articulated. This is not just masses, but something that is truly fits as the way as connecting and fits as a way from a human scale. So we spend a lot of time on that, and of the 3 schemes that we came up color-wise and visited with the community, this color scheme that we're about to share with you seems to be the one that resonated the most, so that is what we went with. Next slide, please. You will see these are the 2 Mackay buildings, the one Eva on Diamond Head, which is the component of Studios and One, and the one Diamond Head, which has the 2s and 3s. The Sonida building, I forgot to focus on that in the beginning, is a current existing office building that will remain, but the parking and the pedestrian pathways will be reintegrated so that their parking will be part of the parking structure that we will build, and the pedestrians can integrate into the overall community, and those that are occupying those offices can then use the facilities and the retails and the shops and become of the larger community. So that's something that was focused on this one. Next slide, please. This is a shot of the Mauka side. This is the senior community. Again, you can see here the articulation. You can also see the smokestack in the back, something that we understand as part of the history and culture in Waipahu. We took significant attention to that. The smokestack sits at a higher sea level elevation. So when we compare our elevation to that elevation, the top of the smokestack sits at 227 feet from the sea elevation, because they're 57 feet higher than where we are. So both our buildings will be lower than the height of the smokestack. That's something that we specifically focused on. Can we go back to the previous slide? Although I asked our renderers to take poetic liberty, they did not. At this specific angle, you don't see the smokestack, but we did focus in our design by pushing the buildings to create an opening, so we're not blocking the view to the smokestack. We intentionally placed those 2 buildings in a perpendicular manner versus a parallel manner to Farrington Highway. It's much more architecturally pleasing and creates more of an open space situation. Next, and next. So this is setting back to where our community is. You can see again the difference in elevation. This is no poetic license being taken here. This is based on elevation. And a couple of things here to focus. You will see other buildings in the Waipahu neighborhood that exceed 60 feet. And so in our outreach that we did, in the community meeting that we held in September, you hear about a 300-foot radius, you hear about a 500-foot radius notification. We went close to a 1-mile notification. We also went ahead and sent about 6,000 emails of what we went through a company that identifies people that live in Waipahu. We tried to reach out to the maximum amount of residents in the neighborhood. We had a very good turnout. It was the first one we were able to do in person after COVID, and we felt we had very strong overall support for the community. The issue of height has been an issue that was raised early on, and we understand that concern on those two buildings. As I mentioned, the proximity to rail, the plan was done in '08, was something that the community worked on, and we respect that. We looked at the other design guidelines and principles in those plans, and we feel with the open space, connectivity, gathering areas, mixed use, mixed income, rental, we've met those. And to meet those, we had to go upwards on those buildings. From an FAR perspective, those TOD plans mentioned a 3.5 FAR, and in both cases, with that design that we have there, we are actually lower than that FAR. We are not above. But to create the design to work, this is what we ended up with. The community, again, was quite welcoming, quite supportive, understanding the need for affordable housing. We went ahead in the amendment that you saw before you today, further looked at two areas. One is the height, and by the reduction of the floor-to-ceiling height in floors, took the buildings down another 15 feet, again, trying to do the best we can to work and address what we can. We were parked fairly comfortably. Even the reviewing agencies felt we had too much parking. However, the community said there was a significant concern on street parking, particularly business owners in the area. So after looking at that closely and at significant cost of the development, we added over 200 parking spaces to make sure, again, we're listening. And those are the main changes before you. This shows you the breakdown of the units. The seniors are primarily one bedroom with rents ranging from $735 at the low end to $1,470. Those are gross rents before utility allowance deduction. On the Mackay phase, it varies from studios to 3 bedrooms, with studios starting as low as $696, and then rating to the 3-bedroom starting at $1,000 and going up to $2,000. Published gross rents before utility allowances, all at 60% AMI. When we're asked who is going to live there, so you could see who is going to live there, who qualifies within those ranges, whether it is construction workers, mechanics, preschool teachers, flight attendants, and the variety. This is truly workforce housing because there is no ongoing rental subsidy. This is key. This is not a Section 8 project-based. This is workforce housing. These are people that have verifiable income, that have jobs that are local, because that's how you can verify that somebody has local income that's verifiable. Those are the people. In our studies, in the research we've done, we've recently completed a community in Kapolei. We have found that the majority of the residents come from within the area. In our community in Kapolei, over 65% came directly from the community. In our community in Kapolei, when we did our Kupuna Tower senior of 150, we had 400 applicants. In our Ohana Tower of 140 units only, we stopped taking names at 999 applicants. We finished lease up, we're at a 5 to 7 year waiting list. We actually have residents from Waipahu that have went to Kapolei because they needed affordable housing. But these are the people that live there. These are the people where we see generations in Waipahu homes 3 and 4, where the cars are Tetrised so that they can park in front of their homes when I visit them in their homes. And the majority of the community is asking for what you see before you today. Next slide, please. This is a focus on the ground level. The ground level will be retained, owned, and operated by Kamehameha Schools. They have quite a bit of programs to activate the ground level, hopefully even create a closing of Hikimoi and have both sides of Hikimoi as pedestrians, say a couple of hours an evening. There are at each corners areas for artwork, for gathering, areas to sit. Next slide, please. You'll see here the concept. This is the entrance coming, going Eva from the rail station and the bus station. We created natural hardscaping where people can gather, can sit down, aside from the tables and chairs that you will see in front of the retail and the restaurants, where people can naturally gather. The breezeway between Farrington and Hikimoy, again, is an area that has shade and planting and breeze so that people can gather there naturally. Next slide, please. So this is really the vision that we have worked closely together. First with KS, went out to the community, significant outreach. We feel this is something that is going to be a legacy. This is something that is a catalyst that will revitalize the area and serve the working families and seniors that are living in Waipahu. Not only will it invite those residents in Waipahu to come back to downtown, to enjoy downtown, but it'll invite the neighbors to also come back to downtown Waipahu. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohana. Next, we have Chris Ducher, managing member of the Forums Group. Would you like to say a few words, Chris? He's not.
As I mentioned, our partners are here with us. I meant to introduce
Great.
them. They're available to help me out
Okay.
with any questions, but thank you, sir.
That would be great. So at this point in time, members, are you folks open for any discussion on the project? Okay, no questions? Oh, questions from the, yeah, but any questions for the presenters? Okay, Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here today. We appreciate your presentation and the thorough covering of it. In the application, I saw that you noted, I'm not sure who wrote it, but it noted all of our comments and our names by our comments when we met with each of you. So thank you for retaining those and taking into consideration some of the thoughts that we had shared. My first question is actually for Kamehameha Schools. Aloha, good morning.
Aloha.
What year is the Mauka side of the development going to start? Because right now you guys have commercial tenants in those buildings. I actually know some of those people. So when are they being transitioned out, or what year about?
Well, I think we want to get started by the end of 2024. We actually have a schedule up there.
If I may jump in.
Sure. And I can address the tenant part.
I'll just address the scheduling, and then Walter will address the second part of the question. Our intention, should we receive City Council approval for the 201H application, is to submit the Makai side to HHFDC first. That would be submitted in February of 2023. If we are successful, as the committee knows, currently HHFDC's tax-exempt bond program that allows for the financing is oversubscribed. So if we receive an allocation August of 2023, we anticipate to have building permits the following year, towards the end of 2024. That's when the Makai side would start. We intend to apply for the Mauka side in Feb of 2024, and that would push construction start all the way to the end of 2025. And so I will let Walter.
Yeah, so typically one of the benefits of being a large landowner is we actually have a lot of options for people. And so what we try to do is engage the businesses individually early, let them know, kind of what we got planned. The good thing is we see a future of retail. So it's like, how do you manage the construction and build out period? And we went through this with Kaka'ako. Some businesses, we were able to move into other holdings we had in the area. Some went to Kapalama. Others decided, now's a good time for us to take a break. And some actually did come back. So it's kind of a case-by-case individual tenant, depending on kind of what their goals are. Overall, we see about as much commercial that will be back that is currently there. It'll be new and improved and designed very differently, of course, but about 50,000 square feet total.
Yeah, so I just was asking to see what the interim period looks like for the Malka tenants because they struggled significantly during COVID because
Yeah.
the city closed that street
Yeah.
to redo the paving, but also we have a bus depot that they were building. And so they had huge hits
Yeah.
in their ability to generate income because you couldn't even access that street over the past couple years. So I just was kind of just letting my voice be out there for them to continue to care for them in this interim period because they're still trying to stay alive. They're still trying to operate in that area up until the opportunity that they get to perhaps continue their lease or maybe go to another area, but they've struggled significantly. So thank you for what you're doing and what you will do for them, especially because the infrastructure is not the best out there, but I'm sure you guys are trying to hold it over until you guys can get some new infrastructure in there.
Yes, we are. Thank you. Thank you for that reminder.
And the question was just about the reduction of ceiling heights is to what height now? So it said that it was reduced, but to what height?
It's an 8-foot clearance.
Oh, that's still pretty high. The minimum per the law is 7 foot 6 inches. So you guys are, I just wanted to make sure that it was still.
We were over 9.
Oh, really?
Yes. So we looked at that and we reduced it. You know, in developing affordable housing, is we haven't gotten into detail out of respect of time. You see the amenity package we put in, the clubhouses we put in, the outdoor areas we put in, dog parks, playground equipment, obviously not for the seniors, but for the other side. We really focus on that. So whenever we can work with heights, we can. In this case, we went ahead and reduced them. There's still, when I say clear, because obviously there's areas, so it's never less than 8-foot ceilings on every floor inside every unit.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to ask those questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further? Okay, Councilmember Cordero.
Hi, Ms. Mahana. Thank you for your presentation and everyone that's here for the project. First off, I would play on the playground, so yes,
You're
also
not a
for
senior.
adults. Next, my only question is regarding the increasing of 200 parking stalls. And is that in total for the whole project, or is that for particular phases?
It's to the whole project. So what you're going to end up with, you're going to be about excluding the commercial parking. I'm going to talk about ratios to put it in perspective. On the senior side, it's 0.5 parking spaces per unit. On the Mackay side, the family, it will be 1.26 parking spaces per unit, excluding the commercial parking. So that's the reason we pushed with the ratios to make sure there is sufficient parking for the residential and sufficient parking for the commercial.
Thank you. And did that take any square footage for any possible unit? Oh,
Say that, I'm sorry. Sorry, ma'am. Please go ahead.
thank you. Did that take up any square footage for any possible additional units or no?
No, there was no change to the number of units, no reduction to the open area, no reduction to the common area, and no reduction to the commercial retail. It was purely increase in parking spaces.
Okay. And where did that space come from then? Was it just going outward?
2 more stories.
Or 2 more stories? Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for the applicant?
Can I just make some comments
Okay,
now?
go right ahead, Councilmember Kiana.
First of all, for all of your partners, just a terrific job, both Kamehameha Schools and your whole team. I'm clearly impressed with your 60% of AMI or lower. These are the type of projects that we're looking for. And then, of course, I guess, and then the height, trying to accommodate the community. And I guess for everyone in the room, the other developers as well, we have 3 201H projects. And just for efficiency purposes and working with individual members and the chair, for my part, the earlier notification and discussion on the AMIs as well as the heights would be appreciated. 2 years ago, I know I met when I first came, so I didn't remember the project. And I know we had a meeting yesterday, and because I had 2 projects, I truncated it. So I guess I just would like to recommend that for all developers that when it leaves HHFDC. So don't wait for it to be calendared. Just try to update us so that we could hear that wonderful presentation that you just gave right now. So that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to commend you guys for this. It's a wonderful project. Fully supported.
Thank you very much. Well noted. I know how busy everybody is, and we definitely, it's always good to increase the communication. So that is good advice.
Absolutely, especially for the city. So bravo on the community, but the city council, I think I had a briefing 2 years ago when I first came.
Very good advice.
Just maybe 1 month out before the consideration before the committee.
Noted.
Thank you.
Noted. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, Chair Waters?
Just a quick question. I do want to echo the sentiments of Vice Chair Kiaina, but how are you able to do 60% AMI? I mean, we have 3 projects, and not all of them are doing the same thing, but I'm guessing it's because Kamehameha Schools owns the land, which could defray the cost considerably, right?
Okay, so obviously it is a financing program that you're familiar with through HHFDC that involves tax-exempt bond financing. It involves federal tax credits. It involves state tax credits, and it involves rental housing revolving fund money. That is a soft loan from the state for about 60 years. In addition, what was very helpful here is this structure is in the form of a long-term land lease versus an outright purchase. So to Kamehameha's credit, again, Kamehameha School's credit, they're coming in with a structure that alleviated quite a bit of cost. This is really, couldn't be a more perfect example of a landowner coming in and not only on a land price perspective, but the amount of time they have provided a developer to work through the community, to work through design. If this was your standard private developer, and rightly so, they should benefit from the assets that they own. Nobody would have said, hey, go take 2 years to work with the community and go back and forth and design and outreach. All of that has allowed us to do a better product. I can't help that interest rates went up, but other than that, I think, yes, timing, the land lease structure, the whole setup, and the private-public partnership with the state of Hawaii through HHFDC programs. This is the key. Chairman Say said, hey, how more can we get affordable housing approved? And I said, well, we can get them approved, but we have to get them funded. But it's also thank you to the other part of the state in providing the financing needed, because this financing that you receive is permanent financing. And that's when I said no ongoing rental or operating subsidy whatsoever. The capital stack provided through the tax-exempt bonds credits and the RHRF loan give you a freestanding, financially feasible 60-year model. That is truly exceptional. That is not counting or depending on any other subsidy program.
Hey, just out of curiosity, so the rent that is paid will go to High Ridge Costa for the residential areas, and the rent for the commercial goes to Kamehameha Schools. Is that
Correct.
Okay. And I especially like the fact that it's TOD, right? It's right next to the rail. So your tenants don't need cars.
We're hoping there is a reduction in the cars that are out there when they move in, because the reality, you have a TOD, but you drive down from the neighborhood, where do you park? Now that you live there, we're actually hoping to have people from within Waipahu move there and give up a car. A family that has 2 cars but can have the option of rail or bus may only need 1 car. Those younger generations that have the car that needs to drive because they live there, they may completely get rid of the car. Maintenance, insurance, and gas is sure driving a lot of our younger generation to look to different options than having and owning a car and maintaining it.
You know, I just also want to point out the slide that shows the AMI, 30, 50, and 60, even 90 and 110, and then the type of jobs that make these incomes was really helpful. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions for the applicant? If not, members, may we move on? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Administration Director of Department in Planning and Permitting, Ms. Dawn Takeuchi Apuna.
Thank you, Chair. So DPP has reviewed this project and is fully supportive of it. And yes, again, the 60% EMI and below, it's a really great project. As far as the CD1, we are good with it, except I'd just like to note that the additional 200 parking spaces does seem excessive because of its location, the prime location next to the transit station and the bus transit. As Haikasa had explained, that the idea in TOD is to motivate the use of the train and the bus and not require parking spaces and cars. So with that, we approve and are supportive of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are any questions for the director? Okay, Councilmember Wire.
Mahalo, Chair. Director, I was hoping you could maybe just outline what role the Waipahu Neighborhood TOD plan plays in this type of project in terms of the recommended height limitations.
So, and I might have staff if they can provide more details, but I think that we do review the project in light of the Waipahu TOD plan. As far as the height, and we review it with, our Central Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan. We understand for that plan, the idea is not to have significant height, but when we balance it out with the affordable housing and the AMI that's hit, that we believe that it makes sense to allow this type of height.
Okay, appreciate that, Mahalo.
Okay, Councilmember Kiaina, please.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment about the parking because I liked the comment that the developer made about the parking. We can't just believe that because we live next to a rail station that we don't need a car. So the fact that they just made one per, if I understand from yesterday, they made it so that one unit would have one parking. Trying to decrease a second car is measured improvement for transportation. So I guess I just want to say I'm okay with the draft because we still got to drive. Maybe we could work there for those who are going to be working there, but we still need to drive around Oahu. The rail's not up and running yet. I'd like to see it up and running, but that's all. I just wanted to make about a comment. I know that with climate change and everyone's talking about the lack of that we don't need parking. And as someone who needs parking and the ability to drive, I just wanted to say that I'm okay with the proposed recommended parking allotments.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any further questions for the director? Thank you very much, Director. Moving on, we have someone from the Board of Water Supply also to say a few words. Ms. Kathy Mitchell testifying.
Good morning, Chair Say and members of the Zoning Committee. My name is Kathy Mitchell. I'm with the Board of Water Supply on behalf of Manager and Chief Engineer Ernie Lau. We submitted written testimony with suggested amendment, and it was incorporated in the CD. Thank you very much. For clarification purposes, I wanted to share with the newly elected council members. Sometimes the affordable housing project resolutions that come up, and some of the terms are used interchangeably: exemption, deferral, a waiver. To BWS, it's more specific. In 2018, the BWS board approved of Resolution 889, which established a waiver program for affordable housing units. And that program will go to June of 2023 and is subject to an extension approved by the board. A deferral is the amount stated in the resolution is deferred up until the installation of the water meters, and it still must be paid for. The waiver program, the Board of Water Supply Board established a waiver for affordable housing units up to 500 units per year. And if you want more information about that program, I could tell you about that. But exemptions, we don't provide for exemptions. The Board of Water Supply does not receive any revenue from the city on its property tax revenues. We're self-sufficient. So any waiver cost would come from the water ratepayers. So that's why we don't have exemptions. And so thank you for incorporating that language into the CD one. Any questions? I'll be happy to answer.
Any questions for Ms. Mitchell? Yes, Councilmember De Los Santos.
Thank you for the clarification. I think that's a very important distinction, and I appreciate that. You mentioned that there is a cap of 500 units annually that can receive these waivers. Are those first in, first out, or are those competitively weighed in some way?
First come, first serve. And for this fiscal year, I could only give you, we have a total of 1,635 units that were approved of. For this past fiscal year, we have approved of 63. That's approved. However, we have over 300 requests pending. And that's requests, not units. So there's a number of requests that are pending.
Ms. Mitchell, would you have the amount in units of the 300 requests? Could you equate the 300 requests to the number of units? Would you know that?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, could you equate the 300 requests of projects, equate that 300 requests to units, number of units per the request, of all requests?
I don't have that information, the requests that are pending, but I can tell you that what we approved thus far, of the 1,635 units, the annual fees waived since 2018 of September is $2.1 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members, shall we proceed on? Yes, we have the testifiers now. At this point in time, we have remote testimony, Mr. Sterling Higa. Sterling, are you there? Okay, yes.
Yes, Chair.
Go right ahead.
Awesome. Good morning, council members. Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Housing Hawaii's Future, I want to stand by our written testimony and would like to state for the record that constructing senior housing is one of the best ways to address Honolulu's housing crisis. Each unit created for a senior frees up existing housing for the next generation. This is especially important in a community like Waipahu, where many seniors would like to downsize from their single-family homes they currently own, but do not want to leave their community. If we support aging in place, we need a diversity of housing options in each community, including workforce housing and senior housing. Please support this project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Higa. Members, any questions for Mr. Higa? If not, let's proceed on to Krista Delaney. Christopher Delaney. Christopher, are you there? Okay, go right ahead. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Aloha, Chair and council members. Chris Delaney with Pacific Resource Partnership in strong support of this project. The project will provide 531 affordable rental housing units reserved for households 60% AMI and below for 60 years, which exceeds the requirements for 201H projects. Moreover, the project will create 300 to 400 construction and permanent jobs, including construction jobs that pay a living wage with benefits. This project will also provide Waipahu residents with employment opportunities so they can live and work in the area. I would also like to add that this project will revitalize the Waipahu area and recreate a town center for Waipahu. The location of the project is very convenient to a planned transit, a rail transit station, giving easy access to residents, Waipahu residents, to transportation. There's open spaces, plazas, and gathering areas planned for the project that'll make it attractive to families and seniors. and the development is near the Waipahu Bus Transit Center, as well as a rail station that will help to reduce the need for cars on the road, allowing for safe, multimodal, walkable neighborhoods where people can gather. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the testifier, for Mr. Delaney? If not, let's move on to Mr. Nathaniel Kinney. Oh, okay. I thought it was remote. Okay. Mr. Kinney, I apologize. Mr. Kinney, I apologize. Can you wait for a few minutes? We have the remote testimonies going on now. No. It's my fault because it was in my remote testimony paper. Okay, Mr. Pani Meatoga, the third. Okay, Mr. Pani, would you please unmute yourself? Unmute you, there you go.
Okay. Aloha, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Pane Meatonga III. I'm with the Operating Engineers Industry Stabilization Fund. Our organization represents our 3,000 unionized members from Operating Engineers Local 3 and our 500 general contractors. Our organization, we'd like to offer our strong support for Resolution 22291 for the Kiawalau Affordable Housing Community Project. As you know, there is a dire housing crisis in Hawaii, and as written in my testimony that I submitted, that one of these projects are sorely needed in the community. I've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of our members that live out in Waipahu, and they're happy to see something being built there. One of the key things is that this project would be for the people of Waipahu, and they're ecstatic about that because that would allow for their children and their grandchildren to be able to stay and work and play there. So I am also happy to hear about these amendments that the developer has worked with the council and heard the community's concerns and addressed that. And so respectfully, I would ask that the committee pass Resolution 22-291. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minatoga. Moving on, we have Mr. Jerome Michael Santiago. Mr. Jerome?
Chair, he is not logged on.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Jenny Lam. Okay, Jenny, please proceed.
Hi, good morning, and thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Jeannie Lam, and I'm a private citizen in support of the Kiawalau project. I grew up in Waipahu and had the honor to have worked and started my family there. I was able to purchase my first place because of affordable housing. I remain close to my parents who also reside in Waipahu, and I get to thrive there personally and professionally. Waipahu is a place of growth and is surrounded by a lot of hardworking people, and I've seen it too as I was in a position of service to the community. I see a sense of family spirit and a strength of history, and hard work is truly relevant in this place, and there's a lot of pride. I have 2 children with special needs in which environment is a key reason for them to improve and develop, and it was hard to take them out because of the surroundings, to be frank, because it did feel unsafe. We made the difficult decision to move to the next city over because it was better for them. It was the best decision because I see them thriving, but an expensive decision, but it had to be done. Like any other place of living, work, playing, revitalization is needed as over time needs change. Things change, and if we want to preserve the strength of Waipahu, it is imperative we embrace the change. And in order to thrive as a community, Kiawalau is being built in Waipahu for Waipahu to improve quality of life and revitalization for the community. And we're here for it, and I hope I can find myself back again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lum. Any questions for Ms. Lum? Okay, let's move on to the caller. 910207. Okay.
Yes. Are you able to hear me?
Please state your name.
Great. My name is Trey Gordner. I'm director of the Hawaii Zoning Atlas Project and a member of Harbor Waipahu Church located on Waipahu Depot Street. I'm here today in support of the resolution because people need homes, and this development could provide over 500 homes with convenient public transit access for sustainable, affordable living. It's a model project well deserving of exemptions under Section 201H. In particular, I asked as a trained urban planner that the committee uphold exemptions 12 through 15 on height, density, and setbacks, which are reasonable and essential to the successful implementation of the project. I believe that two areas where this could be improved would be reducing traffic study requirements. Because it's directly beside the rail station and then the bus transit center. I don't believe these are necessary. And also I ask the committee to look more closely at the 200 parking spots added. I second the Director of DPP's assessment that that may be unnecessary in light of the closed public transit access. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. I believe this is consistent with the spirit of the TOD plan, equitable Waipahu neighborhood revitalization.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the testifier? If not, let's proceed on. Madam Clerk, are there any more remote testimony?
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now proceed with the in-person testimony. I do have the listing, Madam Clerk, so at this point in time, we'll take out of order Ms. Tissa Marie Canlis. Tissa, please.
Good morning. My name is Tisa Marie Canlis, and I'm speaking in strong support of the Keawalau for the Waipahu community. The area where Keawalau is being built served this community for a very long time as that city center, and it is exciting to see it coming back. Bringing in new business will also improve public safety, which is a big concern for the area. Right now, it is not very safe to walk there at night. Housing is so unaffordable right now that it is virtually impossible for most of our children to afford to even think about staying local. I have 3 children that graduated Waipahu High School that are all homeowners on the mainland. One daughter graduated Campbell, and she's 29 years old, and she just received her keys in Iowa. And to put it in perspective, last year the city and county granted first-time home buyers $40,000. The city where my daughter lives in Davenport, Iowa, was only granted $2,500. So that's huge for my children to consider staying here and buying property.
Thank you very much, Tissa. Is there anything you want to?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, we have to
By
summarize.
creating high-quality, affordable housing, Keawalau will help create opportunities for young people to stay local. I attended their community open house that was very well attended and had strong local support there. They will be an excellent addition to the community, and I strongly urge you to support this deserving project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for one of our young and aspiring mothers? Nope, no questions. Thank you very much. Let's move on to former Senator Clarence Nishihara. Is Clarence in? He was here earlier. No. Okay. Let's move on to Chloe Ishii.
Hi, council member, and I can put it down. Okay. Hello, everyone, and hello, zoning committee. My name is Chloe. I'm here on behalf of myself as well as my family restaurant, Rocky's Coffee Shop. For those of you who may not know, it is a small family-owned restaurant on Waipahu Depot Street. We've been open since 1960, I want to say. It's about 60 years. Me and my whole family want to come here in support of this affordable housing project. We completely struggled when the COVID pandemic hit, and this is the type of project that's going to stimulate the economy in Waipahu all over again, and it's going to bring it back to my parents and what they grew up knowing. So there's that, and there's also the fact that I am a young college graduate and I'm working a full-time job, and I can't even imagine when I'm going to be able to afford a house of my own. So being able to have these more affordable projects coming up, and having it available to people like me is going to have an opportunity for me, my friends, my family members to stay here rather than hearing another auntie say, sorry, I'm moving to Vegas because I can't afford to live here. So if you have any doubts about this project, please think about people like me who are working as hard as they can to stay here, but it just might not be affordable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Chloe? Okay, Councilmember Kiana,
Just
please.
comments. I wanted to thank you for coming. I know the restaurant well, so thank you for your family and all the hard work that they've undertaken to, run the restaurant. It's a critical part of the community. I actually get my hair cut just 2 doors down from your restaurant.
That's my auntie as well.
Oh, really? Okay, see? But I understand what you say when you talk about community, because when I go in, I hear everything that's going on in the community in Waipahu. And so just thank you for coming down. And, it's good to see, youth come here to testify because we need to hear it.
Thank you so much.
Anyway, good luck.
Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Ishii? Okay, Ms. Ishii, the chair has one question for you, which I was very blessed to be a part of. You should have asked Kamehameha schools when they do their commercial properties that we should have the restoration of Arakawas, Palaka power.
Not everyone knows what Arakawas is.
Right. That's why I'm so old. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, finally, we have Mr. Nathaniel Kinney.
I apologize, Chair. It's been 3 years since I've testified in person at the City Council, so I'm a little unfamiliar. But Nathaniel Kinney, on behalf of the Regional Council of Carpenters, I wanted to come down in person because of the importance of this project. We are in support of the project. We are in support of Kamehameha schools. We are in support because it is transit-oriented development and affordable housing. And we understand that there were concerns from the community about the height, and it seems like the owner and the developer have responded to those concerns. And again, apologize. I just wanted to come down in person to show the significance of this project and how important it is for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kinney. Madam Clerk, are there any other in-person testimony?
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
Two were logged on, but we don't know which measures they are. Remote Spencer Lee and
Okay.
then a phone number.
Okay, I apologize to the members and to the audience. Mr. Spencer Lee, are you there? Okay, he's there. On what measure are you testifying on? Can you unmute yourself, Mr. Spencer Lee? We just want to know what resolution you're testifying on.
Testifier is not responding, Chair.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, Spencer.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm testifying for Resolution 22-298.
Okay.
The next one.
Can you wait on for that particular resolution as we go through
Absolutely.
the agenda? Thank you. Okay, we also have a caller, 225-899. Are you there also? This is
Chair.
all, yes?
Chair, testifier has logged off.
Logged off. Okay, he's logged off for now, but he may come back. If there are no further testifiers on both the remote and in-person testimony, members, are there any discussion? Councilmember Tupolo.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to say in support, thank you, Kamehameha Schools, for mentioning Pauahi and for just the legacy of all the land and how it's being used to benefit future generations. Thank you to High Ridge Costa. I work with lots of upcoming developments since Kapolei is booming right now, and it's just amazing to see how you've used all of these tax credits so that we can actually create something that's within a bracket that very few people operate in. Very few developers are able to pencil that out, so we are so grateful for that. Thank you to Chloe and for all all of the other commercial entities that have spoken up. There are so many important places right in that area. In fact, I used to do my hair at that Mauka building too. Lots of people go into Waipahu to use commercial or to visit commercial tenants there. So I'm glad actually that the extra parking spaces hopefully may benefit the residents, but maybe also make sure that all of the commercial tenants have patrons that come and visit them and actually spend their money there and help to keep Hawaii thriving. So I'm in support of this project, and I hope we can see many more like this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Just for the record, I'll be voting no. Want to say mahalo to Kamehameha Schools for all you do and your willingness to make use of this property for affordable housing, particularly 60% AMI housing. I know when I was on the Waipahu Neighborhood Board, I was super excited about it, shared that with the community. And, you know, I'm grateful that you folks came down to the board, right? But I have concerns about the community process. I didn't write the 201H law, right? It's a state law. But it requires, you know, part of that requires public input. And I think if we're going to show up, you know, at boards, you know, you wanna take that input, right? And I do appreciate High Ridge Costa's work in the affordable housing sector, but I do think that the concerns raised about height, given that the project is 3 times higher than the 60-foot limit or idea in the TOD plan, is something that had merit, or at least was worthy of consideration, right? I don't think it was crazy for Kupuna, particularly, that the city brought in to work on these TOD plans, spend weeks of their lives, spending their whole lives in Waipahu, right? Questioning why it had to be so tall. Saying we love this project, but maybe we could just bring it down to comply with what the community wanted. And like Director said, there's a balancing that goes into it, right? Like, is there value in having that many 60% AMI units? And thank you, Chloe. I think she stepped out for coming down, but I think that I'm excited to see so many folks from 96797 and elsewhere coming in to testify and say we need housing. But the community dialogue process doesn't stop here, right? The project will interface with the community when construction begins. The developer will interface with the women and men that work on the project. They'll interface with the folks that live in the project, seniors, kupuna, who are maybe vulnerable. And so I do think how you approach community is vitally important, right? And like I said, I do think, I'm hopeful, because I know that there's been a lot of conversations since then, and High Ridge Costa has been very open and talking. And so I'm hopeful going forward, knowing that they have so many projects going on and they want to really move our affordable housing conversation forward. But for me at this point, I just don't think there's been enough engagement with the community to say we recognize your voice in this process, and it's going to continue to be a part of the process as we, you know, go through this project. So I'll be voting no for that today, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember, nope. Okay, any further discussion, members? If not, at this point in time, the chair is going to call for the vote. The chair would like to recommend that Resolution 22-291 be amended to the hand-carried Committee Draft 1, OCS 2023-0021, 110/2023 at 4:24 p.m. Are there any discussions on the Committee Draft 1? Any objections on the draft? Yes. No objections, okay. Or reservations? Hearing none, the resolution has been amended to a Committee Draft 1. Now, the chair then recommends that Resolution 22-291, Committee Draft 1, be reported out for adoption. Any discussion? Any objections? Okay. Objections for Councilmember Wire or reservations? So hearing none, this particular, yes. Okay, we've got to have a roll call vote. No need. Okay, so we have just one objection, and we have the members who are here. We have Councilmember Vice Chair Dos Santos Tam, Councilmember Kiaina, and Councilmember Cordero and I will be voting up. Okay. So hearing none, so ordered. Those are the votes that were cast for ayes and one objection. Thank you very much. May we proceed on? Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 3. Resolution 22-298. This resolution authorizes exemptions from certain requirements pursuant to Chapter 21H-38 Hawaii Revised Statutes relating to the development of Kuilei Place, a mixed-use, affordable, and market-rate housing and commercial project on a 3.15-acre site zoned A2 medium-density apartment district, located at 2599 Kapilani Boulevard in Mo'iliili, and identified as tax map keys 1 2-7-00 2-7022 colon 011 015 031-049. Members, at this point in time, I have submitted a hand-carried proposed committee draft 1, OCS 2023-0025 110/2023 at 4:15 p.m. that makes the following amendments. Everybody has a copy of the committee draft 1, please. Okay, we'll wait for Councilmember Okimoto. Thank you. Just dry. Councilmember Okimoto, we are on Resolution 22-298. Okay, and we do we have a copy for the Councilmember Okimoto, committee draft 1? Okay, she has a draft, okay. The proposed committee draft 1 makes the following amendments. A, it amends the resolution title to read as follows: authorizing exemptions from certain requirements relating to the Kuilei Place affordable and market rate condominium project in Mo'iliili. B, in the first, second, and third whereas clauses, clarifies the description of the project as proposed and references exhibits A1 to A3, B, C, and D1 to D7, which are attached to the resolution. C, we delete the fourth whereas clause relating to the possible offering of 165 affordable units as rental units to households earning between 80 and 100% of the AMI, that the applicant did not obtain financing for the rental units from the HHFDC Rental Housing Revolving Fund. D, we add a new fourth whereas clause to provide that the applicant has offered to modify the affordability levels of the project's for sale units as follows: 41 units offered to households earning 80% or below of the AMI, 91 units to households earning 100% or below of the AMI, 219 units to households earning 120 or below of the AMI, 252 units to households earning 140% or below of the AMI, and of that, 402 units may be market rate units. E, adds a new sixth whereas clause to provide that all affordable for sale units will remain affordable for a minimum of 10 years and will be subject to the Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation's buyback and shared appreciation restrictions. F, in the 11th whereas clause, provides that the council received the project's preliminary plans and specifications on November 1st, 2022 by miscellaneous communication 485/2022. G, in the last whereas clause, provides that the project does not contravene any safety standards, tariffs, or rates and fees approved by the Public Utilities Commission or the Board of Water Supply. H, in the bid resolve clause, we separate the exemptions of infrastructure and public work fees and charges and Board of Water Supply rules and regulations from the exemptions for application fees. We renumber exemptions accordingly. 2, in the renumbered exemption 6, provides for an exemption from the payment of wastewater system facility charges attributed to the 315 affordable units offered for sale to households earning 120% and below of the AMI, estimated at 1.6 million, and the deferral until the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the project of payment of wastewater system facility charges attributed to 654 project units offered to households earning more than 120% of the AMI, estimated at 3 million, instead of the exemption from the payment of wastewater charges for all 1,005 project units, estimated at 4.6 million. 3, in renumbered exemption 9, provides for a deferral instead of an exemption from the payment of the Board of Water Supply water system facility and installation of water services fees, estimated at 3.031 million, provided that all Board of Water Supply requirements are satisfied. The BWS will determine the actual fees to be deferred during review of the project's building permit application. 4, in exemption 10, provides for an exemption from the payment of park dedication requirements attributed to 351 affordable units offered for sale to households earning 120% and below of the AMI, totaling 38,610 square feet of park space, or payment of an equivalent in lieu fee at 8.1 million instead of 110,550 square feet of park space, or an equivalent in lieu estimated at 23 million. 5, in exemption 12, relating to maximum height, provides for a maximum height of up to 400 feet for the project's Mackay Tower instead of 150 feet, and add that rooftop structures must conform to the Land Use Ordinance Section 21-4.60. 6, in exemption 13, relating to height setbacks, provides that the project may provide for no height setbacks instead of the 40 feet, an additional 1 foot setback for each additional 10 feet of height. In exemption number 7, and in exemption 14, relating to maximum building area, clarifies that the maximum building area is 56% of the total zoning lot area instead of 40% of the total zoning lot area. 8, in exemption 15, relating to permitted uses, clarifies that the project may include up to 7,211 square foot of commercial spaces, and commercial uses are not permitted in the A2 district. 9, in exemption 16, provides for an exemption from section 3.2.3 of the primary urban center development plan to allow for density of up to 312 dwelling units per acre instead of up to 140 units per acre. 10, adds a new exemption 17 to provide an exemption from the revised ordinance of Honolulu, Chapter 29, relating to the city's affordable housing requirements to allow the project to be developed, marketed, and sold in accordance with HHFDC affordable housing requirements. I, adds a new first be it further resolved clause to add the following conditions of approval. The project must comply with the following affordability requirements. 41 units must be offered to households earning 80% or below of the AMI. 91 units must be offered to households earning 100% or below of the AMI. 219 units must be offered to households earning 120% or below of the AMI, and 252 units must be offered to households earning 140% or below of the AMI. And of that, of the total amount of the units, 402 units may be market rate units. Except for the exemptions from number 2 is except for the exemptions from certain city application fees, infrastructure or public work fees and charges, development standards provided in the resolution, the project must comply with all statutes, ordinances, charter provisions, and rules of any government agency relating to planning, zoning, construction standards for subdivisions, development and improvement of land, and the construction of dwelling units thereon, including but not limited to the right-of-way improvement requirements and bicycle parking space requirement. 3, prior to the issuance of any building permits for the project, the applicant is required to submit to the Department of Planning and Permitting for its review and approval a timeline or phasing phase of a construction management plan and a traffic management plan. 4, approximately 1 year after the issuance of the certificate of occupancy for the project, the applicant is required to submit to DPP for review and approval an update to the initial traffic impact analysis. The applicant is required to construct the section of the proposed Kapilani Boulevard Tier 1 walkway project fronting the project site. 6, all project sidewalks and sidewalks fronting the project site must have a minimum of 3 to 8 feet of clear zone from the furniture, utilities, and landscaping area. 7, the applicant is required to make a contribution for complete street improvements as recommended by the TIA. 8, all project driveways or streetscape improvements must be designed to minimize potential conflict between vehicles and bicyclists using the Priority 1 protected bike lane located on Kapilani Boulevard fronting the project site. 9, prior to the issuance of any building permits for the project, the applicant shall submit all project plans to the Disability and Communication Access Board for review and approval to ensure compliance with Americans with Disability Act requirements. J, in the third be it resolved clause, provides that the resolution is null and void unless construction of the project commences no later than 24 months after the effective date of the resolution and deletes any discretionary approval of an extension of time by the DPP director. Council approval is required for any requested extension of time. And K, all we did was make non-miscellaneous, technical, and non-substantive amendments. That is the committee draft 1.
Chair,
Yes.
may I request for a recess to review
Okay,
this?
recess subject to the call of the chair. Will the committee please come to order? At this point in time, I would like to call upon the applicant of the project to make a presentation. No problem. I did all of this. Okay, joining us in the council chambers, we have Ms. Alana Kobayashi Pakala, Chief Operating Officer from the Kobayashi Group LLC, to give us a presentation of the project to the committee. For your information, the presentation is available online for miscellaneous communication number 9 of 2023. Ms. Kobayashi, please.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Zoning Committee Chair Say, distinguished members of the committee, Council Chair Waters, and Council members Tupola and Okimoto as well. Thank you. Thanks for your time. My name is Alana Kobayashi Pakala. I'm here on behalf of Kobayashi Group and Black Sand Capital to present Kuile Place. So it's actually really helpful, I think, for the context of the discussion of the affordable housing crisis to follow High Ridge Costa's project, which is a 201H project as well, but focused on rentals at 60% area median income and below. Kobayashi Group is also active in that space, and it's a very important space in trying to address our affordable housing needs and lack of inventory. But I wanted to, before I get into the details of Kuile Place in specific, I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about the context for Kuile with regards to the acute housing shortage for moderate income families. And so simple math, about a half of our community in Honolulu live below 80% AMI, and about a quarter of the population or the households, that is, live between 80 to 140% AMI. And secured long-term income-restricted rentals is a very important piece of the pie of solving our affordable housing crisis. However, Kuile Place is really focused on the next segment, which is our workforce community, as defined as 80% to 140% area median income. And just to point out some data points that I think help to put it into context is, as the High Ridge Costa slide pointed out, kind of what are the community members. So the average family in Honolulu per the 2020 census is 2.97 people, which is a family of 3. So that would generally be a dual income family, which with each income earner making between $47,000 and $83,000 a year. To put that into real terms, at the high end of the 140 AMI category would realistically be a Honolulu firefighter married to a DOE teacher with a child. So just to kind of put that into context. And the real issue is the lack of affordable housing that is actually accessible to the incomes of our workforce community to purchase, to become a homeowner. It's a pretty staggering data point that only 57.4% of our Honolulu households are homeowners. That is the lowest of the counties of our state, and it's 47th out of 50 of the United States. And so, fundamentally, we need more housing opportunities at all levels, and it's all important. So moving on, I'll go into Kuile Place. So Kuile Place is located in Mo'iliili on Kapiolani Boulevard, just Mauka of Dade Street. The community is proposed as a 43-story, 400-foot tower attached to a 12-story mid-rise, which shields the 12.5-story parking garage from view from Kapiolani Boulevard. Our project is proposed as being 60% of the units as being sold under the HHFDC State Affordable Housing Program. That's 603 units, then 402 market rate units, and it's on a 3.15 acre site. So Kuile Place is fundamentally about kama'aina housing and about home ownership. And to put some details to help, I think a lot of people maybe don't really understand how these programs work, as I didn't until I got into this area and focused on this segment of the market. So for the 603 affordable units, those will be sold, those will be offered through HHFDC via lottery, and it is for community members at 140 AMI and below. So there's an income restriction. There are other restrictions as well. But most importantly, you must be a tax-paying resident of the state of Hawaii, and you must agree to live in it as your primary residence for 10 years. And get owner-occupant mortgages. Probably something that's unique, at least from my understanding, to Kuilei and to the state program, which is wonderful and we're very supportive of, is the 402 market rate units are actually offered first to Kama'aina residents as well. And they must sign an owner-occupant affidavit. They must also be a state tax-paying resident, and they must also get a home owner-occupant financing or mortgage to really ensure that this is going to Kama'aina residents. Additionally, another aspect that's really wonderful about the program, it does make it more challenging for the developer, but it is something that we're very supportive of, is the state actually limits the deposit that we can request from the affordable buyers to 5%. That's a really big deal because one of the biggest challenges with being able to afford buying a home is oftentimes not being able to qualify for the mortgage. It's really about having the cash on hand for a down payment. So, to put that in context, 5% versus a more typical market rate at 20% is very significant. When we were developing Kuilei, we looked at the market and we saw that with an average family of three, that really the most underserved area of our community in the workforce housing is really in the families. So we opted to not develop any studios. It does make the project much more difficult to get financially viable, but at the same time, we do really know that focusing on 2 and 3 bedrooms is where the greatest need exists. And then the last point I wanted to make was, a point that I didn't make on the first slide, sorry, I apologize, is that per the state data, the 80 to 140 AMI community in Honolulu, we need 2,751 new units to be built by 2025 to serve that community. And Kuilei Place developing 603 units would alone produce 22% of that need right here in town. So to address the concerns of tower height, we are proposing our project at 400 feet, but just wanted to note in the surrounding neighborhood, there are many buildings exceeding 300 feet and up to even 375 feet. So Kuilei Place will not sit outside of the urban context of the area. To put it into some real terms, we've taken a Google Earth image on the bottom right of the slide and inserted our tower there in the upper center of the image. And this would be if you're driving up Kapiolani Boulevard right before Date Street. That's our project in the urban landscape. So another point we wanted to make about the development of Kuilei Place is that as the way Kobayashi Group approaches really any residential development, but is really about thinking about the long-term or life cycle cost analysis when making decisions for today. So it's not just about choosing the mechanical system or the electrical system that would be the most cost-effective, because sometimes investing today actually will save the homeowners significant funds and lower their total cost of home ownership in the future. And so we're we're really proud that we've been able to design a building that will implement many of these features. Just to highlight a few, and many of these are actually features that you would normally not see in any units in this segment of the market, and perhaps more reserved for luxury. But really, when you take a look at it, the investment now pays off for the owners in the long run, so it's the right decision. It does also happen to be the right decision for the environment. So we have centralized solar hot water that will save our future residents millions of dollars over the life cycle of their home by taking the environmental burden of water heating, where it's primarily heated through solar photovoltaic panels. Additionally, that also takes about 8 to 10 square feet of their home that was previously a water heater and converts it to usable space that they can enjoy, which is significant. And then other pieces, high quality split system air conditioning, which is very energy efficient, Bosch appliances, which are high quality and are built to last, Kohler fixtures, again, high quality, all LED lighting. And then we're also really proud to continue our work in support of lower carbon footprint concrete. Carbon Cure, I think some of you might have heard of the fact that our Light-Tech rental project on Pi'ikoi was the first project in our state to implement Carbon Cure concrete, which significantly reduces the carbon footprint of concrete. And we plan to implement it at Kuile Place as well. So now with regards to the affordable unit AMI mix, and so I've tried to kind of put a table here together to show our original proposed AMI mix, which is what was approved under the HHFDC 201H. And then now our CD, or under the CD1, the revised AMI mix here. So you'll see that the unit mix stays, the total number of affordable units stays the same at 603, but we've made some changes. I would say that it is really challenging to make these for sale condominium projects pencil, especially in high interest rate environments. The high cost of land and construction, we all know, are very challenging here. And so it is difficult, and it's also difficult because, as I think Mo with High Ridge Costa so eloquently mentioned, the income restricted or Light-Tech rental market, which we're active in as well, has a lot of other access to capital, low-cost capital, almost no-cost capital, tax-exempt bonds, of course, and other elements. For this segment of the market, really all that developers have to make these projects work are the ability to request increased height and density, and then fee waivers. And so it is challenging, but what I would say, we're really grateful to the City Council Zoning Committee members for entering into a open and clear dialogue, expressing their concerns, and we're really happy to say we were able to address at least their concerns and try to increase the amount of units that will be sold at the 80 to 120 AMI category. So you'll see here that we've increased it from 246 to 351. That is 105 more units being sold at the 120 AMI category and below. Then additionally, with 201H affordable housing projects, the primary community benefit is actually the units. So the obviously the 603 units is the primary community benefit, but we wanted to be able to highlight that actually Kuile Place is going to be delivering an additional $10.3 million of proposed community benefits with the project. One is that actually the we are budgeted to spend $6.9 million in the complete street improvements along Kapiolani Boulevard. Those, we understand that the city had appropriated funds to proceed with the complete streets, so we're able to take on that as part of our project, which is a community benefit. Additionally, we are going to be making 6 public level 3 EV chargers, which are the fastest EV chargers in the commercial space. They can charge a typical EV in about 15 minutes, or one of the larger battery Teslas or such in 30 minutes. So they're very fast. I guess they're the closest thing to a gas station, right, that in terms of speed. And there are actually only 6 of these level 3 chargers available publicly in all of Honolulu. So this is a significant community benefit for the neighborhood. And then finally, probably something I'm personally the most proud of and excited about is that we've been working with the Department of Health to get an exemption so that Kuilei would be the very first residential tower on Oahu to implement a gray water processing and reuse system on site that will allow us to process the gray water that's produced by the homes above and actually treat it to Honolulu R1 standards and pump it back up into the building to flush the toilets. So this system will cost $2.9 million, and it's a community benefit. We really hope it will become, it goes from a pilot to really becoming the future, where we can create more and more development with a less impact on our water infrastructure. I think in light of Halava, we've all been, acutely reminded the precious resource of water. This system proposed is estimated to save 11 million gallons of potable water a year. Additionally, that's 11 million gallons that would not be processed by the ENV either. So we'll be reusing it. And I believe this is my final slide. Wanted to just detail out our fee waivers. I think there's been some different information put out there, so we want to just be really clear about our proposed fee waivers that are detailed in the CD1. So the fee waivers are in total a little over $12.3 million, and they include the AMI restricted fee waivers of 120 AMI and below. And then to point out that actually, for sale, unlike low-income rentals, for sale condominiums pay real estate property taxes, and they pay normal market rate real estate property taxes. So these fee waivers are paid back in under 5 years, and then of course go on into perpetuity. Sorry, fee waivers. Real estate property taxes are paid to offset the fee waivers, sorry, to be clear. I wanted to point out one thing just to be really clear as well. I know we've talked about the BWS or Board of Water waivers. These are not listed in our list here. One, because while Kuilei Place would technically qualify for them, it is unknown as to whether we would be granted them, although we are requesting our deferral of the wastewater fees until TCO. And then finally, just wanted to mention one procedural item with respect to the drafted CD1. We'd like to respectfully request the removal of condition I. This condition is usually a requirement for projects receiving public funding. And in this case, Kuilei Place is an entirely privately financed and funded project. In addition, we'd like to note the cost of that application, detailed in condition 1, is approximately $95,000 and is a significant amount to bear for an affordable housing project like Kuilei. Then in closing, I just want to say that as a local resident born and raised in a family-owned business, we're really grateful for the opportunity to bring significant home ownership options to our Kama'aina workforce community. If we're able to proceed forward we assure you that you're going to be very proud to have supported this project because we're dedicated to making it a wonderful community asset. And we humbly hope to be able to come back here time and time again to bring new projects that focus on this important segment of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Acalo. Members, are there any questions for the applicant at this point in time? Okay.
Chair, I just have some comments.
Go right ahead, Councilmember Kiana.
First of all, thank you so much for your presentation. And thank you for willing to take a step back last November when it was first presented, your project, working with members, including myself, with our concerns and increasing the overall affordability of this project. This project is going from 246 units, or 24.48%, to 351 units, or 34.93%, priced at 120% AMI or lower. That's an increase of 105 units, so greatly appreciated. I also appreciate that, consistent with city policy, you are requesting a modification to your waiver request and only requesting wastewater facility and park dedication waivers for the units priced at 120% AMI. While I would have preferred even more affordable units priced at 120% AMI or lower, I think the CD1 is much more in line with recent City Council approvals of HHFDC 201H projects and will be contributing more to meet the demands of households earning 120% AMI or less. Finally, I wanted to note for the record, as I think this was really important for me and my staff to understand, when considering whether I would support this project, the increasing mortgage rates have significantly changed the housing landscape and what unit prices are affordable for families. If this project was approved at the same interest rate as recent city-approved 201H projects, for example, 4% or 4.5%, versus the 5.5% Kuile was approved at, Kuile would have been able to offer over half of its units at 120% AMI or lower. And I'm just trying to contextualize this because we're going to be getting more 201H projects. And I think it was important for me to remember that because there's so much for us to learn. So I just wanted to thank you guys for accommodating our concerns, and I fully support this project.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Kiana. Councilmember Tupola. No questions. Councilmember Dos Santos.
Yep. Thank you for the presentation. In some of the written testimony that we've received, as well as a few emails, there was some concern about the existing tenants on site, and I was wondering if you could talk about your plans for tenant relocation or sort of assistance in that. I know the market for folks trying to find a rental is difficult.
No, thank you. Thanks for the question. So yes, we have 124 rental units on the site currently, and per our commitment to HHFDC and all of you here, we've been in communication with all of our renters. We have committed to an on-site relocation coordinator of 4 months prior, and additionally 2 months of free rent so that our tenants can not have the burden of carrying that rent as they're looking for their new home. Additionally, fundamentally, we're committed to really working with them to help them find a new location. So yes, thank you.
Go right ahead, Vice Chair.
And Chair, I have two more questions. One relates to rentals. I know in the HHFDC approval, HHFDC's recommendation allows for you to substitute affordable rental units for the affordable for sale units. I know that's an option, but is that something you're still looking at, or just given sort of the financing and marketing conditions, is it just the for sale that makes sense right now?
No, thank you. Yes. So all 603 units will be sold under the state affordable housing program. So there will not be a rental component of Kuile.
Okay, cool. And then the last thing, I really appreciate your intention to attract local-only buyers for the market for sale units. And so how long does that period last? Is it, just sort of in the first round for 6 months, or is this, until they're fully filled?
So per the HHFDC program, they are offered for 30 days to local owner occupants. So we run an ad, and then there's a 30-day application, or not really an application, affidavit packet process, and then all of the units are offered via lottery. So completely fair system.
Any further questions, Vice Chair? Anyone with other questions for the applicant? The chair has a couple questions for the applicant. The first one would be, why is this council conflicted right now? Because when HHFTC approved your particular project, their particular level of affordability was at 140. Do you folks all know that for the county it's 120, which is much more affordable? And I think maybe that's where I think we have this particular conflict about how do you come up with the arrangements of 60% will be affordable, 60 will not, etc. Any thoughts about, is it the council's responsibility to go and see our colleagues at the state capitol to address this issue as far as having one conformity? You go to HHFTC, they say it's 140, you come over here, our policy is 120. Something has to be done, because every time you come with a 201H at 140 and above, we've got to address it downward, which I think should be, for discussion. But do our colleagues at the state capitol understand that? If we were talking about affordability, Vice Chair, yeah? So I just bring this up for our discussion on this particular issue. The other one is, I truly hope that this particular project will work out, but I'm just happy, that you folks are trying to address the affordability, thanks to the concerns of all of the council members who had their input in seeing that if you could increase the number of units at the 120 level and below. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? If not, thank you very much. Now we have, oh yeah, I can do it right now if you folks are in agreement. Members, at this point in time, the chair would like to make a verbal amendment to the hand-carried proposed committee draft 1 to delete condition I, which would have required the submission of all project plans to the Disability and Communications Access Board for review and approval. I believe the applicant or the testifier spoke in favor of deleting that particular provision. So at this point in time, this is going to be part of the committee draft 1, just that deletion on the packet. Okay, that you folks are aware, and it's recorded. Yep. Next, we have from the administration, Don Takeuchi Apuna, Director.
Thank you, Chair. This is a HHFDC project, not as opposed to a City 201H project. We do not review, and so we don't have a position on it. We are supportive of additional affordable housing development, though. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the director? Maybe Director Apuna, if you could share with us why DPP is not involved in the plans or the overall deal, like what she's just
said. So the only involvement is, I think in the beginning, we are sent the proposed project, and we do comment on it, but we look at it based on our 201H rules. And so in this case and others, it doesn't qualify under our city 201H rules. And then it's part of the process in order for it to move forward to HHFDC to be processed under the state 201H rules.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you very much.
Chair?
Yes,
Can I say
please.
something about
Yes.
that?
Councilmember Kiaina.
Okay, so while I understand that, I actually appreciate your mana'o on that as it goes through the state process. And it would be good for us to, council members on this committee, to have that in hand. I forgot how we got a hold of it, but I guess I'm just saying that while it's, that was your role, I appreciated it because it gives us guidance.
Yes.
Yes, I mean, I think we can provide that, what our comments are on the project at that point in the process.
Yeah, I would appreciate it. And then, of course, it gives us an opportunity to go, and that's what happened here. So it gave us an opportunity to further discuss with the developer the project, because from the big picture standpoint, notwithstanding the concerns of some in the community, you know, all of us want to get projects out the door, bottom line, right?
Right.
But I did appreciate your letter. And so then we strike that right balance. So I just want to encourage it to share it with us when you go through that process.
Sure. Yeah, we can do that. And we appreciate that too. Thank you.
Director, I did get that letter, and it was written by the former director, right, to the applicant. So that was fair that we got the response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Councilmember Santos.
Director, thanks for joining us. I know that because of the state 201H process, you know, we don't have necessary control over the zoning as the application goes through, but we do have control over some of the code issues here. And I know the applicant has mentioned this gray water system that's going to save a lot of our precious water. Are there any plumbing code issues or anything involved that your department's looking at with gray water? I know they mentioned this is the first project, which is great. I mean, moving forward, can your department look into how we can incentivize other projects to do the same?
Sure, yeah. I think that it is a good idea as far as the treatment of gray water, but we can look into it. I don't think we have much up to this point, but we can definitely look into it.
Director, I think Alex may say a few words or respond to the question by Vice Chair. No, Alex? No.
No, I was just coming to be a parachute.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Ms. Kathy Mitchell once more from the Board of Water Supply. Oops.
Thank you, Chair. Kathy Mitchell, Board of Water Supply, for Manager Chief Engineer Ernie Lau. We provided suggested amendments indicating the use of the correct terms, replacing any term exemption to deferral. We also suggested that added language that we indicated a time frame for the deferral of charges and fees that would be due until the installation of the water meters. And thank you for including the provisions in the CD1, provided that all the BWS requirements are satisfied. And lastly, the last suggested amendment was the actual fees to be deferred will be determined by the BWS during the review of the building permit applications. Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Okay, Vice Chair.
Yeah, just one question. Sorry for all the questions so far today. But I appreciate, again, the clarification that was offered in the last project. You know, you mentioned deferral until the time of installation of the meters, but I think the applicant mentioned possible deferral until the temporary certificate of occupancy. Is there any flexibility on that timing? Because I know for developers and sort of their financing, it's important, you know, when that deferral takes place until.
They're kind of parallel as far as the certificate of occupancy. That is one of the requirements. So that's why we had until the installation of the water meters, and provided that it meets all the requirements. And that would be one of the requirements.
Okay, did you get your answer, Vice Chair? Okay, any further questions? If not, thank you very much, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you.
Okay, members, we'll now proceed with the remote testimony. Clerks, do we have any remote testifiers? And the chair does have a list of them. Sir, first on the list for the remote testimony is Mr. Sterling Higa. Sterling, unmute yourself. There you go.
Awesome. Good morning, council members, and thank you, Chair. Yesterday, the Star Advertiser published an op-ed I co-authored with Micah Kane, the CEO and president of the Hawaii Community Foundation. In that op-ed, we argued that we need more workforce housing, serving the needs of the gap income group, our hardworking middle class earning between 80% and 140% of the area median income. Ku'ulei Place will add more than 600 units for this group. On a personal note, I just want to point out that urban Honolulu has added very few 3-bedroom units so far in the 21st century. And this project is one of the only projects constructing units of this size. As a father of 3 with 1 more on the way, I dream of returning to the city that raised me. And I hope you will support the dreams of families like mine and vote in favor of this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Sterling. Members, any questions for Sterling? If not, he's going to move on. We have Ms. Lee Wang. Lee Wang. Oh, Mr. Wang.
Hi.
Hi.
Aloha, committee chair and members of the committee. My name is Lee Wang. I'm a realtor and affordable housing expert. I've written and taught all the affordable housing courses for Honolulu Board of Realtors. I'm here today in support of Ku'ulei Place and the resolution. Over the past 5 years, I've had the privilege of advising some of the best and brightest as a coach and mentor for the School of Entrepreneurship at UH. And as I've caught up with these students after graduation, it is painful to hear their struggles. Of the students I've talked to, 2 are still living at home, 1 inherited house, and over 20 have already either moved or are planning to move to the mainland. None have been able to buy, none want to rent here. Our best and brightest have figured out really quickly that have no way to get ahead and no chance to financially thrive in Hawaii. Hope is coming too slowly for them. These are the same children that were taught that if they studied hard and did the right things, they'd get good jobs and have a good life. Meanwhile, the average graduating engineer coming out of UH can't even afford the smallest studio in a 60-year-old building in Makiki. That mentality shift from their generation to even mine is alarming. And it's not just a matter of affordability, but availability, evidenced by thousands of applicants for each of the 100 some odd units that come up with each 201, each project. I'm in support of Ku'ulei Place, respectable members of the committee. If you have kids, nieces, nephews, grandchildren, just like Chloe and Sterling, even if they're not of the home buying age, please consider that any delays to allow positive development like Ku'ulei Place is not only creating an impact now, but leaving ripples in the future.
Okay, Mr. Wang, thank you very much. And best wishes for your future also.
Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Christopher Delaney. Christopher Delaney. Go, please.
Aloha, Chair and members of the committee. Chris Delaney with Pacific Resource Partnership. We're in strong support of Resolution 22-298. The Hawaii Housing Planning Study in 2019 found that the City and County of Honolulu will need 2,751 more for-sale housing units for the GAP group, which is the 80 to 140% AMI households between 2020 and 2025. The Ku'ulei Place will provide 603 affordable for-sale housing units for working local families to help address this need for more affordable housing. Ku'ulei will provide 60% of its units as affordable, 99 more units than is required for 201H projects. The project will also provide many other benefits, 10.3 million in community benefits that we heard of, EV charging stations, great water system, and also generate much needed real property tax revenue, and it'll help to pay for the exemptions in the project. Lastly, I'd like to say that this project will not only provide much needed housing, but also construction jobs that will pay a living wage and benefits to our workers and to help the workers and their families afford Hawaii's high cost of living. So we greatly appreciate that this is a local developer, and we know they're going to bring quality, affordable housing to our residents in Hawaii, on Oahu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Mr. Elliot Lau. Mr. Lau, are you there? Elliot?
We have Matthew Johnson. up
Oh,
next.
excuse me. Yes, Mr. Matthew Johnson.
Good morning, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. So I've been listening with interest to the testimony. I understand there is a CD that you have read, and we haven't had a chance to review it. I'm not sure if you folks will plan to postpone for a little bit so that the community can have a chance to look at it, but I'm sure you will make the best decision on that. The issues that I would like to bring to light with this project, and while I am very understanding and sympathetic to the availability and affordability of housing, I think that when the community hears terms like AMI and when they hear terms like affordable housing, I'm not sure that the average person who works in and lives in Honolulu understands what these terms mean. So in my testimony, I tried to break it down into dollars, in a sense, hourly and yearly salaries, because I think people can relate to that. So $73,150 is what the CDA has posted, part of their housing urban development numbers. That's the annual salary for what is considered low income for this project. Yet, when you really look at it, and I've been talking to the affordable housing advocates in our community, they acknowledge that this does not help the people who really need it right now. And I think if there's anything that we cannot get around, is the fact that that particular parcel of land, aside from displacing people from housing who really need affordable housing, that particular plot of land is so perfectly situated for people who really would use the affordable, the public transit, access to rail, access to buses, and all the service jobs that are in Waikiki and Ala Moana and Kaimuki. I go by the area frequently, and I know that if it was ever possible to reserve it, that would be a critical part of the state and city strategy for really helping people who need affordable housing. If that could be reserved as part of the strategy, that particular plot would do more good for more people. If this was at the other project and resolution number 2, I would absolutely be testifying differently. That was an amazing project in a sense. It's just that this particular one, it's helping people who want housing, but not who need housing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Members, any
Thank you, Chair.
Nope, thank you very much for your testimony. If there isn't any further discussion, moving on to Mike Arellano. Mike, can you turn? Okay, there you go.
Hi, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mike Arellano. I'm testifying for Resolution 22-298 for Kuili Place. I work in the construction industry as a carpenter for Albert C. Kobayashi. I am very grateful to continue working for projects like this so I can continue supporting my family. But what concerns me is where the industry stands with potential economic downtown, and some projects are holding off on moving forward. I'm here to show support for Kuili Place. There's a lot of local families and young locals who plan on starting families that want to purchase in town. Problem is they're being pushed aside by non-residents. If approved, Kuili Place will offer over 1,000 new residences for our residents, and the requirement to qualify requires proof of residency. The city should support developers and owners like Kobayashi Group, who will be making sure that the new housing is available for all of Hawaii's communities and Kamaina. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arellano. Okay, next we have Mr. Elliot Lau. Mr. Lau?
Testifier is not logged on, Chair.
Okay, let's move on to Mr. Pane Meatoga. Mr. Meatoga, are you there?
Hi, aloha, Chair. Pane Meatoga with Operating Engineers Industry Stabilization Fund. You have our written testimony in regards to this resolution, and we are in strong support. I just wanted to mention also that, with this gap group and the target area AMIs that the developer is targeting, it's key to understand that, there may not have necessarily a need for housing, but at the same time, as we know, with the housing ladder, people that can move up in that ladder make available supply for people on the lower rungs of that housing ladder. I myself, personally speaking, in that gap group, and I live in a multi-generational home, 4 generations together. And unfortunately for me, I'm still priced out of the market. Being able to have some place to call my own would be great. And be able to have a family and just be standing on our own 2 feet, as opposed to taking care of the multiple generations within my household. So I feel that when it comes to projects like this, we need to address obviously all of the different categories in the AMI, but also the gap bridge, because it is needed that society as a whole, we need to all move together up in that housing ladder to places where we can have families that can stand on their own.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Ms. Christine Atuza. Christine?
Testifier is not logged on, Chair.
Okay. Aaron Bumalag?
Testifier is not logged on.
Okay. KCU? Good morning, Casey. Oh.
Good morning, aloha, Chair and council members. My name is KCU, and I am testifying for Resolution 22-298 in full support of Ku'ulei Place. I actually grew up in Makali, Moilili area in a walk-up apartment, and it was always my dream to move back to town, but like others have mentioned, it's a little bit hard to afford staying in town. Now that I have a family, I look forward to hopefully being able to move back to my old neighborhood with my family. So I'd just like to say I hope you support Ku'ulei Place, and I hope I'm able to move back.
Thank you very much, Casey. Hope to see you in Kapilani one day. Okay, let's move on to Ms. Asa Kajihiro. Asa? There you go. Okay, unmute. There you go.
Yes, hello. My name is Asa Kajihiro. Yes, and I'm testifying in support for the project at Ku'ulei Place. I've been a local resident all my life and a Mo'iliili resident for 15 years, and I think it'll be a welcomed addition to the neighborhood. Over the past 15 years, Mo'iliili has changed a bit. Just a simple walk to the 7-Eleven Puck's Alley is not quite the same anymore. So I'm looking at this project as such an important project for our state, for our local people, how it's targeted towards Kama'aina, and really providing that dream, as the gentleman said before. I mean, that is just terrific. So in full support of this project, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much, Asa. Moving on to Gabby Miyashiro.
Testifier is not logged on, Chair.
Okay. Ms. Dariel Glushenko. Good morning, Ms. Glushenko.
Good morning.
Yep.
Good morning,
Please
Council. Thank you. I am testifying here in support of Resolution 22-298, Ku'ulei Place. I'm quite familiar with the area too, born and raised in Hawaii. My father grew up in that area. He was a long time Waikiki Beach boy. And just seeing this project and hearing what was spoken here today, and just how thoughtful of a design that is being presented for Hawaii residents. I'm just very thankful to developers like this who look at our Hawaii residents with that thought in mind of providing a product like this for them. I have 3 children who, in part, live on the mainland because they cannot afford housing here in Hawaii. So with projects like this, it's just, I'm very thankful for developers and thankful for you guys for, listening to all of us share our testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Glushenko, and nice to see you. Next, we have Mr. Winston Welch. Oh, there you go. Please proceed, Mr. Welch.
Hey, aloha, Chair Say and committee members, and Happy New Year to you all, if it's not too late to say that. I am Winston Welch, and I'm representing the Outdoor Circle. Everyone understands the need to add affordable housing in our city, and many testifiers mentioned this, and rightly so. That said, we know that it's possible to construct affordable or market rate housing and comport with zoning or other planning rules that do not require the exemptions of the sort proposed in Resolution 22-298 or the CD1. In the interest of time, I refer to our written testimony for specific concerns, and I would also refer to the testimony of Neighborhood Board 8 of Macaulay Mo'iliili, where that board unanimously voted in opposition of this resolution. And they have a granular understanding of the area, so I think we should give them a little emphasis. The city and its planning department sets limits on height, density, FAR, setbacks, park dedication space, and much more for a reason. When we circumvent these restrictions and regulations, we eviscerate and neutralize organized city planning with these spot zoning decisions. Additionally, this fast tracking of projects cannot be in the interest of the public, and it minimizes public input by design. This resolution was introduced on December 29th, giving residents 8 business days to learn about and respond to this before today, and it is antithetical to any meaningful public participation. Every project proposed under a fast track should receive a heightened level of scrutiny from this committee and the full council. We would suggest that the applicant revise its proposal to take into consideration community concerns raised so that a successful project, which has many laudable features and is from a reputable developer, that it could be built without the array of exemptions. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Welch, and nice to see you. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, can I just make a comment about time frame?
Yes.
Sir, thank you for your testimony. As you know, the city would have wanted more time, and we passed the resolution. So for those who are listening, I highly recommend that you contact your state legislators, because we have asked them to give us more time so we are not in a situation like this, but we need everybody's help. But thank you for your mana'o.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Ms. Julie Meyer. Julie, please proceed. Unmute yourself.
Aloha Zoning Committee Chair and members of the committee. My name is Julie Meyer, and I'm testifying in support of Ku'elai Place and the Resolution 22-298. I am a former Honolulu Board of Realtors president and also the current president-elect for the Hawaii Association of Realtors. In 2014, when I was the president of Honolulu Board of Realtors, our focus was on having more affordable housing. And here we are almost 10 years later, and it is still the focus of the real estate industry. I'd like to support Ku'elai Place and its resolution. Our residents need this. Our children need this. We need to bring them home. My son and his wife were planning to move home prior to having their first child. Well, they're expecting their child next month and cannot afford to move home now. I also want to testify on behalf that the Kobayashi Group's previous developments were built in the highest of quality and standards regarding construction and amenities. I have been a previous owner of 3 of their 4 last projects, and you can see by this project now the standards that are there. So I ask again for your support of Ku'elai Place and Resolution 22-298. Thank you and aloha.
Thank you very much, Julie. Next, we have Mr. Spencer Lee. Spencer, I see you. Spencer, can you unmute yourself? Unmute. There you go. Oops. Oh, you went back on. Unmute once more.
Hi there. My name is Spencer Lee, and I work with Central Pacific Bank as the condo project manager. I've worked with hundreds of affordable housing buyers in the past. I'm testifying as a resident in support of Ku'elai Place and Resolution 22-298 because the Honolulu urban core is in need of more affordable housing, and this project targets low and low-income groups. The proposed site for this project, with all of its low-rise walk-ups, is currently not utilized in its highest and best use. So let's use this site to move the community forward and improve it. I've seen many families build equity in affordable housing programs and use it to improve their financial lives. So for all of these reasons and more, I ask that you vote in favor of Ku'elai Place. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. And next we have a caller, area code 808, the last three digits, 500. Are you there?
Chair, the caller is not logged on.
Okay, not.
If this person is testifying on this measure.
Is Mr. Daniel Hemmer?
Helms? Helms?
Oh, Daniel Helms.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Daniel, are you testifying on the resolution 22-298?
No, sir. I'm on 4 on the last one.
Okay, got it. Okay, we're going through all of this right now. So, Madam Clerk, well, we have, at this point, we have finished the remote testimony, and we'll now go into the in-person testimony. Mr. Nathaniel Kinney?
Again, thank you, Chair Nathaniel Kinney, Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters. Again, this is another project that is worthy of consideration and passage. I wanted to come in person, especially to testify in support of not only this project and the, but also the developer. They've proven themselves to be community-minded, focused on the local population and local people. And we believe that this is, again, part of an overall housing solution. And when you take a couple of steps back and you realize that the other two projects that this developer is doing are focused entirely on the lower AMIs, you can see that that this is a necessary part of middle income that do not get any sort of state tax incentives or state assistance. So again, all housing is not good housing, but this is a good project, and we believe in this project and would like to testify in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any discussions for the testifier? If not, is there anyone else in the council chamber who would like to testify?
Chair, there are none.
Thank you. At this time, moving on, members, we are now in discussion. Any discussion? No? No discussion? Okay. At this time, with the statement I've read to all of you, that I would like to make that verbal amendment to the hand-carried proposed committee draft 1 to delete condition I, which would have required the submission, is all part of the committee draft 1. At this time, the chair recommends that the resolution 22-298 be amended to the hand-carried CD1 or committee draft 1, which was submitted at 4:15 as further amendment as we have discussed to delete condition I. Are there any discussions, objections, or reservations? Hearing none, the resolution has been amended to the committee draft 1. The chair then recommends that resolution 22-298, committee draft 1, be reported out for adoption. Any discussion? If not, okay. Any objections or reservations? Seeing none, it is adopted. Okay, moving on to agenda number 4. Resolution 22-297. This resolution authorizes exemptions from certain requirements pursuant to Chapter 2H-38 Hawaii Revised Statutes relating to the development standards for a development of Kaho'apili, a high-rise project on a 0.49 acre site zoned A2 medium-density apartment district, located at 2965 Ala Napua'a Place in Salt Lake, identified as tax map keys 1-1-1-061:003. Members, I have submitted a hand-carried proposal for the committee draft 1 that makes the following amendments. Are you folks all have a copy of it? Can I go over it then with everyone publicly, or you folks can read it at this point in time?
How about any just big picture ones that are most noteworthy, especially for the the modifications relating to the for sale increase in AMI units? No? Oh, it didn't?
Okay, I have to read it, the whole thing, to make it understandable. Okay, sorry, Councilmember Keaina. The proposed committee draft 1 makes the following amendments. Amends the resolution title to read as follows: authorizing exemptions from certain requirements relating to the Kaho'apili Affordable Rental Apartment Project in Salt Lake. In the first and second whereas clauses, clarifies the description of the project as proposed and references Exhibits A, B, C1, C2, D1 to D4, which are attached to the resolution. C, in the third whereas clause, clarifies the affordability levels if the project is developed as a rental apartment project, and add that all affordable rental units will remain affordable for a minimum of 61 years. D, add a new fourth whereas clause to provide that the council is approving the project as a rental apartment project, but is disapproving the project as a for sale affordable and market rate condominium project. E, deletes the next whereas clause relating to the affordability levels if the project is developed as a for sale affordable and market rate condominium project. F, moves the next whereas clause to the second whereas clause. G, in the fifth whereas clause, adds that the project will also provide a photovoltaic system on the rooftop of the parking structure, short-term and long-term bicycle parking spaces, recreational amenities for residents, and common areas and circulation space. H, in the ninth whereas clause, provides that the council receive the project's preliminary plans and specifications on December 28, 2022, by miscellaneous communication 529-2022. I, in the last whereas clause, provides that the project does not contravene any safety standards, tariffs, or rates and fees approved by the Public Utilities Commission or the Board of Water Supply. J, in the bid resolve clause, separates exemption 4 under the heading Infrastructure and Public Works Fees and Charges, provides an exemption from the payment of the wastewater system facility charges estimated at $879,000, and deletes references to the project as a for sale condominium project. In exemption 6, number 2, it provides for deferral instead of exemption from the BWS, which is an estimated $575,000. 3, in exemptions 8 to 13, clarifies that the land use ordinance and exemptions and requirements. 4, in exemption 12, relating to maximum height, adds that rooftop structures must conform to LUO 21-4-.60C. 5, deletes exemption 14, relating to an exemption from the city's affordable housing requirements under ROH Chapter 29. Rental apartment projects are not subject to ROH Chapter 29. K, we add a new bid further resolve clause to add the following conditions of approval. The project must be developed as a rental apartment project and must comply with the following affordability requirements. 148 units must be rented to households earning 60% or below of the AMI. 20 units must be rented to households earning 50% or below of the AMI, and 20 units must be rented to households earning 30% or below of the AMI. All affordable rental units must remain affordable for a minimum of 61 years. Except for the exemptions from the certain city applications, infrastructure or public work fees and charges and development standards provided herein, the project must comply with all statutes, ordinances, charter provisions, and rules of any government agency relating to planning, zoning, construction standards, so for subdivisions, development, and improvement of land, and the construction of dwelling units thereon. 3, prior to the issuance of any building permits for the project, the applicant is required to submit to the Department of Planning and Permitting for its review and approval a timeline or phasing plan, a construction management plan, traffic management plan, and update to the initial traffic impact analysis report. Approximately 1 year after the issuance of the certificate of occupancy for the project, the applicant is required to submit to DPP for review and approve an update to the updated TIRA. Okay, the TIRA is the Traffic Impact Analysis Report. 5, bicycle parking or racks must be located in a safe and convenient location. The applicant is required to install additional bicycle parking or racks if the TDM strategies in the TMP indicate the existing number of bicycle parking or racks is inadequate to meet latent demand. All vehicular 6, all vehicular access points must be constructed as city-dropped driveways with adequate vehicular sight distance. Entry gates must be recessed into the driveway to avoid queuing onto the public streets. 7, loading and trash pickup areas must be designed so that vehicles enter and exit from front first. Adequate turnaround areas for large vehicles must be provided. 8, the project's building area must be set back from the storm drain easement on the project site near to Salt Lake at a minimum of 4.5 feet to the east, with the setback narrowing to no setback to the west, provided that the project's building area may not encroach into the storm drain easement. 9, the applicant shall comply with all Federal Aviation Administration and State of Hawaii Department of Transportation regulations, rules, requirements, and guidelines regarding development and activities in close proximity to airports and airport runways, including but not limited to the submittal to the FAA of FAA Form 7460-1, Notice of Proposed Construction or Alteration, if the PV system installed on the top level of the project's parking structure creates hazardous glint or glare conditions for pilots or emits radio frequency that interferes with aviation-dedicated radio signals. The applicant shall immediately mitigate the hazard upon notification by the FAA or the Hawaii Department of Transportation. In the second bid, further resolve clause provides that the resolution is null and void unless construction of the project commences no later than 36 months after the effective date of the resolution and deletes any discretionary approval of an extension of time by the Department of Planning and Permitting Director. Council approval is required for any requested extension of time. And all we did was make non-substantive miscellaneous technical and non-substantive amendments.
Repeat this one. We skipped this last sentence.
Where is that? No, nothing in here.
Yeah.
Okay, and one more that in the bid resolve clause in exemption 6, which provides for a deferral of the exemption from the payment of the Board of Water Supply BWS water system facility and installation of water service fees estimated at $575,000 until the installation of the water meter, provided that all BWS requirements are satisfied. The BWS will determine the actual fees to be deferred instead of waived during review of the project's building permit application. So that concludes the committee draft 1 that is being proposed. Okay, Councilmember Cordero.
Chair, thank you very much for addressing the incorrect spelling in your CD1 for the first page. But may I request to make a friendly amendment to correct the street name on page 5 of the hand-carried proposed CD1. It is on number 4.
4, yes.
Yes, where it says, it incorrectly says Napua'a, it says Niapuna Place. So instead of, it would be then changed to the intersection of Ala Napua'a Place and Ala Ilima Street.
Okay, it's not Ala Ni Apuna.
No. Thank you.
Ala, what was the first one? Ala
Napua'a.
Napua. Can you spell it out for us?
Oh.
N-A-P.
N-A-P-U. A. Okina A. Oh, well, I guess, I don't know if they're, okay, I guess in consistency, with consistency to how it is in the resolution, I guess just N-A-P-U-A-A.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? If not, at this time, we'll call upon the applicant. Oh.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Members of the committee, my name is Mohana, President, Harish Costa Development, 900 Fort Mall Street. I'm here to testify on Resolution 22-297, Kaho'opili Affordable Housing. I made a presentation earlier, but for the record, I will do it quickly as to Harish Costa. Harish Costa is an affordable housing developer in our mission of developing affordable housing over the last 30 years. That's what we focused on nationwide. For over 300 affordable housing communities, over 30,000 affordable units, with the primary focus of developing and owning long-term. Our mission is to change lives. It's to provide opportunity for those working families and those seniors that are on Social Security income to have a place that they can call home, to have a place that they can afford, to have a place that they can maintain with their own income and maintain their dignity, because affordable housing is a right. Joins us, next slide, please. We join with our local partners, Chris Duker, of Form Partners, who's had multiple decades of developing multi-family housing here in Honolulu. And we're also proud to partner with our nonprofit partner, Affordable Housing and Economic Development Foundation. Scott Settle, the chairman, is here with us today. In what we see before us today, I'll take a quick tangent. Developing affordable housing, as we know, is a must and a need. We've expressed in an earlier presentation other communities we have where we have waiting lists that are 5 to 7 years, where we've developed, in Kapolei example, 140 family units, and we had applicant lists that we stopped taking names at 999. Most of the residents come from within the direct community. The need for affordable housing within its entire range is important. We need rental affordable housing at the 60% level. We need rental and or for sale within the missing middle. That is important, and those are the areas that we focus on. The challenge, and we're grateful for the partnership we have with the City County of Honolulu, is currently in the oversubscription of the availability of tax-exempt bonds. The program under HHFDC for affordable housing development tax-exempt bonds has been oversubscribed for the last 2 years, more applications, worthy applications, than there is funding available. And no matter how much the city, county, or state will add in additional financing without tax-exempt bonds, which is a requirement to get the federal and state credits, we cannot produce any more affordable housing. Hence, our concept in trying to come up with alternative solutions to make sure that affordable housing projects move forward in one form or another. Today, I have with me our partner, Chris Duker of Form Partners. I'm going to hand the mic to, that will go into the details of the presentation as to the development itself. We, along with our partners and our consultants, are all here to answer any questions any of you may have after the presentation. Thank you.
Mahalo Mo for the introduction. Again, I'm Chris Duker with Form Partners. It's my great pleasure to be here today to present the details of our project within the Salt Lake community. One of the most important things that when we approach any project at the beginning is we want to make sure that we have a really strong team to execute. It truly is a team effort when you're developing real estate of this magnitude. I'm honored to be working with Harish Costa as well as the AHEAD Foundation. In addition to that, we're partnered with a really strong local team. Our architect is RMA Architects. They've done several affordable housing projects in Honolulu, as well as worked on schools and other multifamily projects. Our general contractor needs no introduction, Hawaiian Dredging Company. Our civil engineer is Bill's Engineering. We've got Baldridge and Associates with structural and Michael's management. Again, a very strong team. We've worked with everybody on other projects before, so we're incredibly excited about this opportunity. Next slide, please. So contextually, one of the great things for me is I actually grew up not far from here. I went to Makalapa Elementary School, and as a kid, I used to ride my bike through this neighborhood.
One of the great things about Salt Lake community is that it's already a mature community and neighborhood that's established. It's a great location, close to downtown, close to the harbor, close to the airport. You can see here our site, what's actually the last remaining piece of vacant land in the Salt Lake community. It's about 21,000 square feet there. But one of the great things we love about this community is the fact that it really is, in a lot of ways, a transit-oriented development already. Now, the rail's not stopping here, but you've got incredible mix of density and different heights of buildings combined with open space between the Honolulu Country Club, Mauna Loa Gardens, and some of the other parks in the area. Great schools. Mauna Loa High School is very close. And we're really excited about this. Next slide. So here, focusing in, coming in a little closer, the site's about 21,000 square feet. Very relatively tight site. We worked with our designers to come up with a plan that we feel puts density here in a responsible way because we wanted to maximize the amount of affordable housing that we could provide. It's zoned A2, and it has a height limit of 150 feet. We recognized early on that it was important that we take part in the 201H entitlement process so that we could seek some exemptions, particularly related to the heights, because we wanted to provide more affordable housing. Next slide, please. So what the team came up with is a project we're very proud of. It's 190 affordable homes, 19 of which are going to be studio apartments, 152 will be one-bedroom apartments, and 19 will be two-bedroom. Our market studies reflected that the need for one-bedrooms was acute in this community. Parking is always an issue when you're dealing with development, and as you heard earlier in our Waipahu presentation, what we did here is we wanted to make sure that we provided ample parking, and so each of the units within the building has a parking stall. In addition to that, the two bedrooms each have two stalls. We wanted to make sure that there was enough for two working people that would be living in a two-bedroom. And then we also have additional stalls. We have 5 visitor stalls and 13 extra stalls that will be made available to the other tenants in the building. Community amenities, again, let me just go back, thank you. When you're dealing with a site that's about 21,000 square feet, it doesn't leave you a lot of room for ground floor amenities. So what we did is we worked hard and we put them up on the roof. And again, Mo had mentioned this earlier when we were talking about Waipahu. It's important for us that although this is affordable housing and we have to be mindful and conscious of our budgets, we really want to make sure this is a community that the people that are living there can be proud of and that all of us can be proud of for building. And so we've got about 3,600 square feet that we've put on the rooftop deck that's going to have barbecue areas, 360-degree views. There'll be some shade structures, and that's really where the community will come together. Next slide, please. So this is just a couple of series of renderings. Obviously, this is looking Mauka. You can see where we have on the backside where the parking is along Salt Lake Boulevard. We provided the solar paneling that will help offset some of the costs and the power associated with the building. You can see at the top, you can make out a little bit of our recreation deck that's up there, and you can get an idea of the views that will be there. Next slide. Different direction, looking kind of towards North Shore here, Eva. And you can see one of the other things we did, we designed it where the parking, the majority of the parking podium was pushed towards Salt Lake Boulevard. This was for 2 reasons. One, because the site actually slopes pretty steeply and it helps us offset some of the construction costs. And 2, just to kind of defer some of the noise from Salt Lake Boulevard. Next slide, please. So anytime that we look to use the 201H entitlement process, we try and really understand what the community, what's already there, what's existing, and how we can fit into the context of that community. So although I had mentioned that the buildings, the property zoning allows for 150 feet in height, we've actually designed the building to be 250 feet in height. This allows us, again, to provide more affordable housing, but we think it fits into the context of the community. And we've shown this high-rise study. You can see there's buildings in the area as high as 370 feet, 40 stories, And so we think we do fit in and complement what's already there. You can see, maybe hard to see on the lower portion, but where our building is in context to the other buildings. And if you go to the next slide. Here's another shot without, you can see it, we've superimposed the residential building there where you can see the mouse moving now, but we think it fits in. Ironically, when we showed this to a lot of people in the community, they've had a difficult time finding where the building is without us pointing out. Next slide. This is again looking kind of towards North Shore. You can see the building here, again, fronting on Salt Lake. And again, we think it fits into the context of already a vibrant community. Next slide shows looking towards Diamond Head and downtown. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we attempted to do in approaching this under a dual track, and as Mo had mentioned earlier, our primary mission is to develop for rent affordables, 60% AMI and below. And we are dedicated to doing that. The challenge we have, as well as other affordable housing developers, is that right now the program for the financing has been oversubscribed, and it looks like it will continue to be oversubscribed. So to the extent that we are not able to get, if we don't, we were hoping that we would have the ability to switch to a for sale program. Again, it's important that we have other solutions to our affordable housing because there's only so many dollars that we have available for the LIHTC. Again, just touching on our affordable, as was mentioned in the CD1, we've got 10% of our units are going to be for 30% AMI, 10% at 50%, and the remaining at 60% AMI and below. Our plan is to submit, next slide, please. From a schedule standpoint, this has really been a fast track. We began this project in April of last year. When the opportunity came up to acquire the land, we closed on the property in October, and we've been working on all of our plans. We had a neighborhood board meeting in June of last year, and the community was very supportive. We did have one person expressed concern about the height, but after the community had really voiced that they were comfortable with the height in general, she turned out to be okay with it. We received our approval from HHFDC in December, and if council approves this, we plan to submit in February for our HHFDC financing. And if we are selected in August, we'd begin construction in September of 2016. Next slide, please. And with that, we're available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Duja. Any questions?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Kiaina.
Thank you, Chair. First off, on the for your for rent proposal, again, kudos to your team with regard to the 100% being affordable at the 30 to 60% AMI. And thank you for meeting with me to talk about the other aspect of your project, which is the for sale. So I will talk more at length about my mana'o on the sell part because it's not part of the CD1. But I do want to ask you a question, and just for the other members, the original proposal for the for sale was for 120% AMI. It was actually 14 of the 190 units, or 7.37%. The proposal that we have today would have been, if we included it in the CD1, would have been 91 out of 190 units, or 47.89%, an increase of 40% for 120% AMI. And the reason that's important is I don't think we're going to disagree on that, the merit of that. I think our dialogue is whether or not we separate the for sale or for rent rather than just move them together. So my question to you is, because it's not included in the CD1, if you don't get approval from the council for the for sale option, and you don't get approval from HHFDC, how does that change your timeline for your for sale project?
Well, thank you for the question. From our standpoint, as I'd said earlier, we're focused 100% on developing the 60% AMI below rentals. Only to the extent if we did not receive financing after submitting to HHFDC. If we go through a round and we do not receive allocation, and we're willing to go through another round, and if we do not receive an allocation, our hope was that we would be able to pivot immediately and do the for sale program, because if not, we have to come back to council and we've got to, again, go through HHFDC, and it takes anywhere from 9 months to a year to do so, which just takes that much longer to get affordable housing, and it costs that much more. All those costs get added on. So our hope was that we would do this up front, and agree to all the terms. So to the extent we're unable to receive financing from HHFDC, because it is competitive, as Mo had mentioned, and there's a lot of great projects that don't get the financing. If they want to switch and do the for sale, you have to come back and start the whole process over.
No, I understand that. So if you were to try again, it wouldn't be until next year for the HHFDC if you got denied. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand time frame, because
if council were to approve our whether it's CD1 or the original proposal, we are going to submit in February to HHFDC for the rental program.
Got it.
If for whatever reason if we're not approved, then we can't submit this February. We have to wait a full year.
I understand. And I, again, since I don't have a problem with your counter proposal for the for sale, I'm worried about time. That's all my questions. Chair, I do have a question for DPP later, and then during our discussion on the amendment, I'd like to share my mana'o, because I think we're kind of in uncharted territory to have a hybrid, and I don't know if it's something that we should be scared of, because the counter proposal itself is not a bad idea, and so I will wait until. I wanted to have a dialogue with the DPP director, and then I'll wait for discussion on the overall conversation that I just talked about, okay?
Can I just add a real quick comment to that? When we met with, and I can't speak for the director, and I know she'll speak for herself, but when we did originally propose this to DPP staff as well as HHFDC staff, both were really excited and supportive of doing a dual track, just knowing that this could potentially save a lot of time and money if we're unable to receive our financing.
Okay, members, any other questions for Mr. Duker? Please, this is a fascinating discussion. Chair Waters, and followed by Councilmember Wire.
Good afternoon. Thank you again for your presentation. I just want to get clarification. So you're saying if you don't get HHFDC approval on the rental track, and by the way, the rental track is your preference, right?
Yes.
I see a nod from both you, Mr. Duker, and Mo. Big nod from Mo that the rental is your preference. That's clear.
It is
and again, it's at 60% AMI and below. And what I really like about it is you're addressing the 30% and the 50% AMI and below population. And as I've mentioned numerous times, including yesterday, that the 30% AMI and 50% AMI is also a need in this community, more than the 120 and or 140% AMI. You would agree with me that, right?
I would agree. I think it's needed at all levels, but I think it's even more acute at those lower levels.
And may I remind members, yesterday when we were talking about the rental relief, there were 15,000 people who were applying for rental relief at the 50% AMI or below. So I think it might be helpful for us too to concentrate on those areas as well. You did say something interesting, that if you're denied the rental project, you still have to go back to HHFDC for approval for the fee simple project, right?
Well, we have been approved now by HHFDC for both dual tracks.
Okay.
And so our intent is, again, we're going to submit in February, should council approve our project. We're going to submit in February for an allocation in August. If we do not receive an allocation this year, we are going to submit again next February. And if we do not receive an allocation in the following August, that's when we'd asked, can we have the opportunity to pivot and go for sale?
Okay, and it would be maybe helpful to educate us. Why do you think the HHFDC would not approve the rental project, but approve the fee simple project? The funding, I think, is what you're talking about, right?
I'm going to let Mo answer that on the bonds.
Let me pivot to my world. So it's not that they will not approve. So today, when the question actually, you guys are circling around the same question. If you proceed with not approving the rental component, we have a 201H approval for the this for sale component, we have a 201H approval for the rental and the rental only. When we go to HHFDC, it's not that they're going to deny the funding, it's simply they may be oversubscribed because it's a matter of how many, and the less you ask bonds and the less you ask RHRF, the more competitive. Hence, cost efficiency is key. So when we're talking about fee waivers, fee deferrals, setbacks, anything that reduces costs, hence reducing the cost per unit, results in a more efficient, competitive application at the HHFDC level. HHFDC goes down and ranks them once you meet minimum threshold requirements and is going to reach a point where it says, I funded all the tax-exempt bonds. In the last 2 years, they have RHRF money sitting on the side. They couldn't even use it to fund the remaining projects. Projects had to go. You discover that July or August board meeting if you get it or not. If you're able to hold on to the land and you still have the 201H exemption and you elect to do so, you go the following calendar year. HHFDC has a single round a year. So any project not receiving, able to maintain site control, able to afford to do so, goes to the next year. So now we're in 2024. If the same situation, other applications come in and this application simply can't be funded, now we've entered end of 2024. If we come and say, goodness, we've tried twice, it seems other applications for some reason are more competitive, we wish to pivot to the for sale route, which is affordable for sale route, which is also needed, then we need to come back to City Council because City Council has not approved it. Hence the time frame in order to come back and do so. There's a bigger picture. That's not really the focus. The focus is as follows. Because of the uncertainty of receiving an allocation in February, you cannot ask a developer truly to go and start spending money on working drawings. Because if I spend money on working drawings and I don't receive an allocation in 2023 or 2024, and the building codes changed, I just spend a couple of $1 million that are of no use for the plans. I have to revamp the plans. So if there was a certainty of execution that come approval by council, let's say on both tracks, I will go ahead and submit for the rental component, which I said is our primary focus of business. It actually allows us to kick off working drawings sooner. Because if we don't get an allocation, then our working drawings have been prepared, submitted. Here's what happens, a scenario, let's fast forward to August of 2024. We received an allocation of rental housing. Fantastic, that's what we all want, 60%, 30%, and 50%. My plan's already in DPP. My construction schedule that shows a year has already been cut down by at least 6 to 7 months. Delivery becomes sooner. Let's take the second track. I'm going to fast forward to 2025. We didn't get it on the second time. Our plans by then are building permit ready. So if we pivot immediately and we have the approvals for sale, immediately we start construction because we have a for sale execution. So this is not about moving away from the absolute priority of serving low and very low, and that's the definition of 60% area median income, and 50% is the very low. It's about finding other solutions. The reason at staff level, when they looked at that and they were excited, they see the number of applications that come through. And the word we got is the development community at large, it takes a village of, that are coming in, can't simply come in and say, my only execution is tax-exempt bonds. 9% gives you a very small amount of projects that are relatively smaller. So your key delivery here is the 4% tax-exempt bond along with RHRF. HHFDC, the state, everybody's telling us, you can't count on one execution deal of affordable housing. We simply don't have enough bonds. And it's not a county, city, or state issue. It's a federal limitation. That's all the federal credit, federal tax exempt bonds that we're getting. We can't get more unless things change at the federal level, which we're working very hard to do. We don't have that today. Therefore, alternative executions, 60% alternative executions, missing middle rental, missing middle for sale. So that's all we're talking about. So when we go out to a community and we're asked the question as we're asked here, when are you going to start? My true and honest question, I really don't know.
I guess if we do the dual track, what's to stop you from all of a sudden, once we pass this, saying, hey, we're going to go do the for sale, rather than, as you mentioned, you're going to try twice?
I am so glad you asked that question.
I mean, because we don't really know you.
Make it a condition. We make it a condition that the applicant must submit at least one round, at least 2 rounds. Please don't go more than 2 rounds, because now I'm sitting for 4 years.
Sure.
Make it a condition, because not only is it your preferred route, this is our core business. Our core business is rental affordable housing. We are merely having a backup plan. So by all means, make it a condition that a completed application must be submitted to HHFDC. I'll be very transparent. Make it a complete, I mean, it has to, we don't want to shortchange, so let's make sure a completed application. We don't want to play any games here. So that's complete. But the only reason that it doesn't get it is not because it's incomplete application, because the round is oversubscribed. And if you want to condition it for 1 round, by all means. If you want to condition it for 2 rounds, we're talking 2 years. Again, by all means, that is our intent, and we welcome such a condition.
Appreciate that very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, council member.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, and thank you again for coming. Sounds like the community engagement process went smoother for this project.
Yes, this one blended in more.
Yeah, I think that, exactly. I'm looking at the photo, because I lived on Lime Street during college before moving back to Waikele, and you can see, right, blends right in. And then when you look at the photo, of course, in Waipahu, can see, how it's, I think folks have that sticker shock, right?
Yes.
So it sounds like maybe you understand, or I mean, would you recognize that maybe the way a developer needs to engage with the community may be different, right, depending on the community you're in?
Yeah, the answer is yes. And I want to make sure that from a high-ridge cost, we're kind of going off the different project KS perspective. Community engagement is absolute. My partner mentioned how fast this moved. The reason the other project took 2 years was because we wanted to do extensive community outreach, which we did. I would love to be able to agree and have a solution that makes everybody in the community happy every time we have a development. Sometimes we are successful, as the case is here. Other times, what we do try to do is encourage dialogue between various members of the community and hear all the sides, actually. And so would I love to come back and always say I've made every member happy? That would be my ultimate goal. Here we succeeded, and sometimes we don't.
Okay. Were there any other lessons learned from the Waipahu project?
Yes.
What were those?
The main one is listen. The main one is to reach out. But I think the key component is we are a long-term owner, but more importantly, we are a long-term neighbor. The key lesson learned and the key lesson we always do is continued community outreach. Continue to reach out the community and continue to find ways to find harmony between us and other members who did not see eye to eye with us, and continue to create something that is a legacy and that is rewarding for all members of the community.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And you have been super accessible. We met multiple times, and so I appreciate your openness in talking through these projects. So mahalo for that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any further discussion for Mr. Mohana? Okay, yep. Any questions for Mr. Mohana? Okay, Councilmember Cordero, please.
Thank you. This is, I guess, a question because I made a mistake when I made my verbal amendment. And I just want to clarify with either Mr. Mohana or Mr. Duker that the intersection that I referred to, I was also incorrect. Can I get clarification from you folks that it is actually the intersection of Ala Napunani and Ala Ilima and not the original, not the actual Ala Napua'a and Ala Ilima intersection that I stated, page 5 of the hand-carried CD1, where it states that an update to the initial traffic the TIAR dated October 22, 2022, prepared by AECOM to reflect changes to and a traffic signal warrant analysis for the intersection of, and it says Ala Niapuna Place and Ala Ilima Street. So I just want to get clarification. We're talking about Ala Napunani, right?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not quite following that. Could you say that one more time, please?
Okay. We're talking about the intersection of Ala Napunani Street or which street are we talking about? Because it currently says Ala Niapuna Place, and we're talking about Ala Napua'a Place as well for this project. But Ala Napunani Street and Ala Ilima Street is the main intersection that I just want to make sure before I make a correction to my verbal amendment that this is what we're talking about.
Your verbal amendment was correct.
Okay, so it's Ala Napua'a Place.
Correct.
And Ala Ilima Street. So, okay, thank you. Noted that I won't have to make that change. However, in the exhibit on page...
That's where they want to see traffic work.
The analysis is asked to be at Street, Ala Napuani Street and Ali Ilima Street. Yes.
I could not. I'm sorry, Mr. Duker. Can you please repeat that?
Let me just make sure I've got that right. Both these streets. It's this intersection, right? No, this one you want. I'm going to introduce Tom Schnell, who's with PBR Hawaii, our consultant.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tom Schnell with PBR Hawaii. We're a planning consulting firm that put together the 21H application and coordinated some of the subs, including the traffic sub. If I could just get clarification on your question regarding is your question about the traffic signal warrant analysis and the intersection for that?
So the reason why I'm asking is because I was going to be proposing, when we do take it up, a verbal amendment to change the street name of the intersection that the October 2022 traffic impact analysis report is about. It could be either Ala Napua'a Place or Ala Napunani Street. So I would like to know which one it is.
So the traffic study and the comments from DPP about traffic warrant analysis, traffic signal warrant analysis, were at the intersection of Ala Ilima Street and Ala Napua'a Street.
Ala Napua'a.
Right,
Okay.
It's the intersection across the street from the school, if that makes.
Okay. And you're telling me Ala Napua'a, but I think in a section on exhibit in our, in a documentation in one of the communications, it says Ala Napunani Street. So I just want to make sure, once again, when I'm making the amendment, that I'm making the correct one, because the additional exhibits that we have included with the resolution says Ala Napunani Street / Ala Ilima Street.
That's correct. Yeah, that's where DPP had requested additional study on the traffic impact analysis to include a traffic signal warrant analysis.
Okay, so you said yes to two things, Ala Napua'a Place and Ala Napunani Street. May I please request for which one so I can do this correctly?
They're both street, no place. It's Ala Napua'a Street, and the other one is street.
Okay. Would I be allowed to show you the
thank
exhibit
you.
here, or point you to the right?
I think it's fine. Thank you.
Hold on. Why don't we call a short recess?
Okay.
Recess subject to
Thank you.
The committee, please come to order. Members, at this point in time, Chair Esther, you had something to say? Oh, excuse me. The Parks Committee is scheduled to start at 1 p.m. Councilmember Toba has granted us till 1:30 to complete our work. Okay, so we've got 35 minutes. So at this point in time, are there any further questions for the applicants? Because I would like to have the department to come up and say a few words, which is Director Apuna.
Thank you, Chair. So like the Kuile project, this is a HHFDC project, so we have not reviewed and don't take a position on it, but we do support affordable housing development.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the director? Okay, if not, then we have the Board of Water Supply, please. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair and members. For the record, Kathy Mitchell, Board of Water Supply, on behalf of Manager and Chief Engineer Ernie Lau. You have our testimony with our suggested amendments. The Board of Water Supply supports the proposed CD1 to Resolution 22-297. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Okay, any further discussion at this point in time? I'd like to move on in making the decision. What? Oh. Okay, are there any remote testimony? Oh, we do have 3. Okay, is Mr. Jefferson Young there? Okay, hi Jefferson. Unmute, there you go.
Hello, my name is Jefferson Young. I am in support of the Kaho'opili Affordable Housing Project. I'm assisting with the 201H application as the one of the traffic engineers working on the traffic study for the project. And I just wanted to give my support for the project. And I'm sorry if I'm speaking kind of fast, but just for the previous issue that was discussed, I'm not sure if that got closed out. But the intersection that was asked for the traffic signal warrant analysis is the Ala Napunani Street and Ala Ilima Street intersection. And sorry, I wasn't able to interject earlier. And thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Jefferson, for your input, and keep up the good work at HHFDC. As a engineer?
Yes, or I'm an engineer at AECOM, the team that prepared the traffic study.
Okay, any questions for Jefferson? If not, thank you very much. Mr. Chase Shigematsu. Chase, are you there? Hi. Go right ahead, Chase.
Good afternoon, Chair Say, Vice Chair Dos Santos Tam, and members of the Zoning Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Resolution 22-297, an important project for our community and our state. I have the distinct pleasure of serving my community as the chair of the Alimanu Salt Lake Foster Village Airport Neighborhood Board. Salt Lakes is a mixed-use developed community with very little undeveloped properties. Affordable housing and closing the gap of available affordable housing units is critical in addressing the housing shortage that we face today. As for this specific project, when the limited partnership of Salt Lake Housing was formed, our community received informational briefings on the project, and the developing partners provided the opportunity for the community to address concerns and for their concerns to be heard. Concerns with traffic, parking, and height were addressed by the developers, and they continue to be a partner in our community. At tomorrow night's board meeting of the neighborhood board, we'll be taking action on supporting this project, which will be communicated to the council officially at the full council meeting, provided that this measure passes out of committee. I recommend the passage of this resolution so that we can continue the dialogue and address the housing shortage that we face as a state and county. Thank you again, and I am available if there are any questions that the committee may have. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shigematsu. Any questions for Mr. Shigematsu, the testifier? Keep up the good work and best wishes. Thank you. And finally, Daniel Helms. Daniel, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Daniel Helms. I work with AECOM and worked on the traffic engineering report for this project. And I'm here in support of my colleague, Mr. Young. So I have no really further comments at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Helms.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Helms? If not, Madam Clerk, are there any more remote testimony?
Chair, there are none.
Thank you very much. And now we'll proceed with the in-person testimony. Clerks, do we have any in-person testifiers?
Chair, there are none.
Fantastic. At this point in time, we are now in discussion. Okay, go right ahead. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. As council member and also neighbor to this future project, I am in strong support of this project as well. As I echo the voices of our neighborhood board and the neighbors around the area, we know that there were concerns because, density is great in that part of town or the airport area. And so with the addition and the abutting of, or fleshing of the parking structure to Salt Lake Boulevard, it actually this sounds weird, but it kind of excites a few of the members near Ala Napua'a and Ala Alima because it will offer I guess, quite the buffer for the noise that does come from the boulevard. So I do want to thank those on the project that have continued those conversations. They began the conversations early, even before, like months before they went to the neighborhood board, then continued it throughout the neighborhood boards. And I know we'll continue to go to our neighbors as well. So strong support.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Chair Waters, please.
Thank you. May I just suggest that we take a poll of the members here if we want to do the dual track with the provision that they have to go through twice, or if you want to just stick with the CD1, just so that we get a feeling from our members.
Okay, recess subject.
No, I mean, if we could do it out, Sunshine requires us to do it.
Chair, I did talk to all of them, so I do have an amendment to go back to the original CD1 with the provisions of they reporting back to us twice. The concern for the chair was simply put, once we pass it and the projects don't go, you guys, not you guys, but me, I forget that these projects were passed. And that becomes a concern for all of us as far as the cumulative of all of these 201H. The other concern I had was, I want to thank Mr. Moana. Somehow the state and the city got to get their act together. It's very unfair that we are the ones that putting up the money up front for these projects, and then they're going back to the HHFDC for the tax, the bonds and et cetera. And, I always would have thought that since this is a HHFDC project, that they would have had the money set aside already for it, and then come to us to get the balance of what the exemptions are or waivers are. It seems like we're giving everything up front, more, and then you guys got to go back to them to see that the funding is available.
That is correct. Forgive me, the dates, the years seem to blur as I age, but 2022, 2021, the rules at HHFDC changed to require that you must have your 201H approval in hand before you submit. For good reason, because the idea is let's move projects along, let's expedite them, let's have a level of certainty that they're going to be executed. Also, HHFDC in their defense was facing projects that did not receive a 201H approval, submit, and have significant changes from what was originally approved, whether design or so on and so forth. So the cost to even go to apply to HHFDC has increased cost-wise to the developer because we have to have this 201H approval as a minimum threshold requirement to apply. There's another aspect that I discuss many times. We talk about costs, we talk about money, we talk about everyone's time, we talk about forgetting what we approved. The one thing that I have learned in this business in the last decades, and I've seen this in more and more states where they require this entitlement, the discretionary approval, is what we put the community through. We put the community through a number of hearings. They come out, they take time from their dinners, their children's homework, what they have to do that night to attend these meetings. And just like yourselves, you pass them, and we don't know which ones are going to be there or not. That is a situation of uncertainty. And that's where we as a community, altogether, public and private, need to make sure that there are a number of executions. But yes, sir, you are correct. There is no certainty here. This project will be approved today. the time spent, whether on previous hours or others, then to go and whether you get it or not is an unknown. And hence, and I understand this is the first time this thing has come across, and I understand the questions, and I respect the questions that came up. We need to find dual tracks. We need to find multiple executions. And I think it's also incumbent upon us as a developer community to come back and report to you where we are and why. But you are correct in your assumptions. There is quite risk and uncertainty on our part.
So any further discussion?
Yeah, Chair, I just want to clarify. I want to make sure what's happening here. So you are reverting back to include the for-sale element as part of the CD1, but modifying the AMI for that they've counter-proposed at 47.89%, 120 AMI and below, as opposed to 7.37% in the bill is introduced.
I have it right here.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that's what we're
Let
going
me
to
go
do.
and state it for the record then, right here, my amendment.
Okay.
Okay, for all of you.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes?
Before we talk about any amendments, you need to make a motion first.
Yeah, that's why I'm going
Thank
to do
you.
it. But I'm having this discussion for all of you because Chair asked the question, what were your folks' thoughts if you would like to incorporate the for sale provision, which I had deleted from the original draft that was submitted. And the reason why I did that was because I thought, this particular developer could develop for rent at the lower income level. That was the whole objective. Not against the project, but trying to figure out, will HHFDC release the funding for this rental program project? So I'm just going to say this. At this point, so this is the chair's recommendation. The chair would like to recommend that Resolution 22-297 be amended to the hand-carried committee draft, as further amended as we discussed, to approve, in addition to development of the project as an affordable rental. Oh, so all of this now? See, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, two over here.
Oh, okay. Let me restate my recommendation. The chair recommends that Resolution 22-297 be amended to the hand-carried committee draft 1. As further, at 6:53 a.m., as further amended to correct a street name in condition C4, and as further amended, as we had discussed, to approve, in addition to the development of the project as an affordable rental apartment project, development of the project as an affordable and market rate for sale condominium project, provided that the project complies with the following affordability requirements. I believe Councilmember Kiana had 17 units must be offered for sale to households earning 80% or below of the AMI. 17 units must be offered for sale to households earning 100% or below of the AMI. 57 units must be offered for sale to households earning 120 or below of the AMI. 23 units must be offered for sale to households earning 140% or below of the AMI, and 76 units may be market rate units. All affordable for sale units must remain affordable for a minimum of 10 years and be subject to the HHFDC's buyback and shared appreciation restrictions. Hold on. That statement, I'm having a hard time swallow, Chair Waters. If you look at the results and the performance of HHFDC in the buyback provision, I think the percentage is less than 20%. Based on the fact that they've stated for the record in the papers and on television, it's because they don't have the staffing and they don't have the money for the buyback to keep it affordable. That is a major concern for all of us here because, yes, if you can't buy it back, it's going to be market. So I just share that with you. And finally, in addition, the applicant will be required to submit a complete application for financing and low-income tax credits to HHFDC twice and cannot receive and not receive the financing or low-income housing tax credit prior to proceeding with the project as a for sale project. Okay, and that's the amendment that I'm proposing. Any discussion?
Chair, thank you so much. I know that this is a lot for us, but I greatly appreciate your amendment, fully support it. I do believe that we have to, the longer term issues that you've talked about, that's something we should work out with the state and HFDC. I just would hate to penalize this project because we just passed Kuilei, which had for 120 AMI, 34.93% of the units. And this project for sale would have 47.89% at 120 AMI. I just would like to make sure that we are consistent in how we're moving projects forward, but I am very empathetic with what you're talking about with regard to strengthening our relationship with HHFDC to make these projects smoother and to get to where we want with regard to those rental units for lower income. But I don't feel that that should hinder our ability right now to move this project forward.
Okay. So, okay, Vice Chair.
Chair, I support your amendment. I do want to state for the record that my strong preference is for this project to be fully rental, and of course, whatever they need from us to support their LIHTC application. I think that's great. Given my past life as an advocate for affordable rentals, I think it's so important. I also agree with you about the challenges of the HHFDC buyback program. Of course, that's out of our hands, but I'm concerned that if they don't receive the LIHTC funding from HHFDC, and they have to go out on their own and finance this, if we subject them to the HHFDC buyback policy, how are we going to enforce that, right? If you get money from HHFDC, they do the enforcement, and of course, as you know, the city struggles with enforcement. So that's just a concern. It's not, enough to stop me from, of course, supporting this. I think flexibility is important, and at a future zoning meeting and over the course of the next year, I hope we can come up with some parameters around this dual track program to make it crystal clear, what palatable options are.
Okay, any Councilmember Wire? First time for you, young man.
Yeah, I would defer to zoning chair's inclination.
Both Councilmember Cordero and Kiahina were never zoning committee chairs, so this is our first experience. Yeah. But so at this time, the chair would like to recommend that Resolution 22-297, Committee Draft 1, be reported out for adoption. If there is no discussion, no objections, no CD1? Okay, I was looking at this one. Okay, the chair now recommends, I would call it when we go and perform retake the camera. The chair recommends that Resolution 22-297 be amended to the hand-carried Committee Draft 1 as further amended as we had discussed. So if there's no discussion, no objections, no reservations, hearing none, the resolution has been amended to the CD1. Thank you very much. We are in recess, Madam Chair. Okay, excuse me, one more motion. The chair then recommends that Resolution 22-297, CD1, be reported out for adoption. Any discussion, any objections or reservations? Hearing none, so ordered. Thank you very much. It's been adopted. There being no further business this day, the meeting is adjourned.